So, Lisa, are you ready to go?
Yes, Arlen, we just started recording.
Okay. Everybody else is here, I guess. I'm going to call the meeting to order. I'm going to take roll call. Who do we have here so far? I'll start out, just one moment here. Mike, are you here?
I am here.
Janie?
Here.
Jim?
Here.
Heidi?
Here.
Holly?
Here.
And Arlen's here, and I'll just check on Pam, but my understanding she was not going to be here, and I was supposed to run the meeting here. Pam, are you here? Okay. We have 6 board members present. Pam Rowe is not in attendance at the meeting. We'll take the Pledge of Allegiance then when Lisa's ready here. So let's stand for that. Are we getting a flag, Lisa?
It should be coming, it's updating.
There we go. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, thank you. Next, we have the mission statement. I will read the mission statement. The mission of the Red Wing Public Schools is to educate and inspire all students as they realize their full potential and become respectful, responsible, and productive citizens. So, prior to approving the agenda, I just want to tell you how I'm going to run one part of the meeting here tonight. During the fall reopening presentation on how we're going to open our schools, I want to make sure that every board member has a chance to say what they feel without debate or anything going on. So what I'm going to do at that point of the meeting, I'm going to have Karsten make his presentation, and then we will have each board member express their feelings, and then I'll open it up to discussion after that for whatever takes place from there on. So I want you all to think about that as we go to the meeting, what you may or may want to say during that time, and just express your feelings. I think it's important that we all have a say of how we're feeling on this, and then the votes will take their place as they do, however. So with that, are there any additions to the agenda? If not, I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
So moved.
Okay.
Second by Heidi.
Was that a Jim that moved it? And Heidi seconded. Oh, it was Mike?
Mike.
Mike moved. Heidi seconded that we approve the agenda as presented. I'll take a roll call. I'll start with Mike.
Aye. Approved.
Janie?
Aye.
Jim?
Aye.
Heidi?
Aye.
Holly?
Aye.
Arlen? Aye. Chair votes aye. Agenda is approved. Next thing on here is the educational plan. Everybody has that in front of them as a reminder that we're here for the kids and the plan to inspire our kids as best we can. It's challenging at this time. We will now go on to recognitions and upcoming events. Does anybody have any recognitions or upcoming events they'd like to bring up at this time? And I guess I should learn how to look for emails or anything if anybody does it, but if anybody has anything, I'll let you just speak up here for this one. Holly, go ahead.
Thanks, Arlen. I would like to recognize Community Ed and the nurse, our new nurse, Joni Gorman, for the extensive amount of work that they've done this summer with Kids Junction and with having all of the activities outside with all of the kids, and then having to honestly go through the process of what this could look like for the school year and developing a template for how we respond to things. So I would like to recognize Dawn Wettern and Joni Gorman and their teams for doing a fantastic job. I just learned about this at the operations committee and I was very, very impressed. So thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Anybody else on the recognitions or upcoming events?
Arlen, I have a couple.
Go ahead, Heidi.
Just a reminder that the MSBA Summer Seminar first session is this Wednesday at 6. It's with Dr. Jennifer Yulee Wells, and a legislative update is part of that. And then the following 2 Wednesday evenings, they will continue. And then I wanted to remind everybody who's listening that we are currently in the filing period for school board candidates, and that filing is open till August 11th. That's it.
Well, thank you, Heidi. Yes, a great reminder. Anybody listening, we have 3 of our board members that have announced they do not intend to run again. So at this time, it looks like there will be a lot of open seats that we would love to have you file for and be a part of us. Anybody else for recognitions or upcoming events? If not, we'll move on to public comment period. Carson, do you have anybody that notified you on public comment?
I believe you were also copied on the email, so I think we're set.
I have one public comment from a Rose Gertis. Is that the one you have?
I'll double check as you're reading Rose's comment. So
All right.
I'll see.
I was contacted by Rose Gertis. She asked that I read this at the meeting here tonight, so I will go along and do this. And this is from Rose Gertis. Unfortunately, I forgot to get the address. I got her email address. At any rate, my name is Rose Gertis, and I live, well, here we go. I live at 470 Friedel Crescent in Red Wing, Minnesota. My husband and I have 2 kids in 3rd and 6th grade. I have some questions about what the in-school experience will be like and some requests for consideration. 1, classes were said to be split into 2 with 12 in 2 rooms. The teacher teaches in room 1 and room 2 watching a video of the teacher. When will room 2 be taught face-to-face? 2, for the kids only distance learning, will they be watching 7 hours of the day at school? Or will there be lessons online like they were in the spring? Will the same teacher be responsible for that as well? 3, why can't kids eat in the lunchroom? Couldn't we save money buying carts, food bags, and coolers, possibly staff time, and mess in the classroom by spacing out the lunch times? This would allow for social distancing. It would give kids a second space to be in during the day. The food garbage stays in one room. Can the teachers wear only the face shield provided by the state? If she or he can wear the clear shield, kids can see her mouth move when she teaches, especially for phonics, as well as giving feedback through facial expression. A cloth mask limits the kids' ability to see their teacher speak and smile. Item 5, could we consider a shorter school day? Maybe even for just the K through 6 students. Being stuck sitting in the same desk for the entire day is too much for many kids. They can come home and play outside or play indoor without a mask and physical limitations. This would also allow for teachers and staff to do prep work. Item 6, can we start the school year after Labor Day? Maybe even push it back after. There needs to be time for teachers and staff to move in various buildings and time for protocols to be read for in-person learning. I'm sorry, I better read that again. Can we start the school year after Labor Day? Maybe even push it back after. There needs to be time for teachers and staff to move in various buildings and time for protocols to be ready for in-person learning. 7, will all parents be given clear information about what the school will be like for their children? Thank you for your time. And once again, that was Rose Gertis. I did let her know that we'd be talking about it tonight and to watch it, and I don't know if there's any additional comments at this time from you, Carson. You're on silent, Carson.
Thank you, Arlen. Rose asked some very good questions, and I know that we can answer those questions during that discussion time. Arlen, if you could keep access to that email, and I'll try to do the same so that we do address each point that she raises.
During this time today, or you mean for another day?
Well, I'm thinking during the reopening discussion.
Okay, well, yeah, okay. I have that sitting here. That'll be great. Thank you. Did you find any other emails?
I thought there was one more. I'll keep looking, and we can always read it during the reopening part.
Normally the response is for them to request you or Pam, but I see it was upgraded on the website to send an email to you or me for this meeting. So that is the only one I had. So with that, we'll move on to school board reports. I have a couple of different committees to report on, but I'll hold back if others want to go first.
I've got Finance Committee, as long as we're going there.
All right. Go ahead, Mike.
We discussed the treasurer's report and where we were in our budget for the year. There's still many receivables, payables, and expenses yet to be booked in before our audit. And the major portion of the conversation was about the return to school costs. Our estimated costs are currently just over $905,000, and $634,000 of that is without opening Jefferson. The Jefferson cost is about $271,000. The numbers are gross costs, not including any potential government funding. Currently, we have $325,000 in CARES Act funds to help offset these costs potentially. And other potential revenue sources are FEMA for the personal protective equipment and sanitation supplies, and any CARES Act funds reallocated from Goodhue County or the city of Red Wing. And then any other pending federal assistance we might get. And for the enrollment update, we currently have 135 students enrolled in kindergarten. Our budget estimate called for 180, but we lowered the total student population in our estimate by 135 students. I believe it was 135. So we don't have a large change in the grades 1 through 12 just yet anyway. After this meeting, we may have be able to find out more of what other people's ideas are about sending their kids to school or not. And so we're working from there, but we're down at 65 students in kindergarten, and not 65, 55, but we'll figure this out. And everything is still pretty much up in the air. That's what we're meeting today for, to inform the public of what we're thinking on going back to school and what that's going to look like. And then people will be making their decisions, and we'll work from there. That's about it.
Okay.
Any questions? Jim or Heidi, have anything to add?
No, I think you covered it all, Mike.
Yeah, no, I'm good with it. Well, thanks.
All right. I see Holly is asked to speak next.
I just have a question for Mike or Heidi or for Jim from the committee. Was there any discussion on reimbursing Community Ed any of the money that they had to take out of their coffers to cover the cost of childcare for the essential workers
No,
moving
there
into
was
this next
not.
school year? It didn't
No.
come up?
It's kind of a moot point because the only way that can happen is through the state or the federal reimbursements. And the state has so far shown no interest in approaching that. They might at some future date, depending on what kind of aid they get from the federal government. But it's, the state can't create money, so they're working within a constricted budget, and the feds are trying to figure out where their head is at right now. So, you want us to discuss it? I mean, it didn't really merit discussion because there's nothing to discuss.
I just know at one time it was discussed that that money would be reimbursed. So I didn't know if it was still on the table. That's all I was wondering.
I think we had talked about trying to communicate with our representatives that
Okay,
we
yeah.
would like that reimbursement. And I believe, Jim, you talked to Mike Goggin, and Heidi got a report back from MSBA that suggested that there was no talk at all going on at the Capitol about doing that work.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we did, Holly. We did send a written notification to Senator Goggin. It was like 250 some thousand that we were taking out of our coffers to help the need of the emergency essential workers childcare during those 2.5 months period or so. So it's a good question. And Senator Goggin took it, but I think Mike's a little bit right. The state really doesn't have an appetite, even though the governor keeps saying, well, all available resources, but I haven't seen any resources come to help offset that unfunded mandate, that I call it. Needed, don't get me wrong, it's good. But when you tell people they have to do something and not pay it, that's called an unfunded mandate. So
I agree.
we'll keep plugging away, trying to get it. But I think the federal government sounds like the best avenue, and we got some of that in that CARES Act already, a little bit for some of reimbursement for expenses. I'm not sure those are covered, but we'll do it. But it's a good one to everybody to contact their legislative representative and senator to let them know.
Thanks, you
Yeah,
guys.
Holly, I would add, Jim and Mike are correct. I mean, we're kind of relying on what the federal government comes up with next. And there's two competing bills right now, HEROES Act in the House and the
Okay.
HEALS Act in the Senate. And of course, they didn't reach agreement on anything last week, and then they're scheduled to go on recess, both houses here, very shortly, within days. So I think it's part of this district story to keep, we're adding up our expenses that have been unbudgeted. We're looking for some other reimbursement avenues, obviously. And so I think it's just part of an ongoing accumulation of what are our costs, what did we spend here or there. We're looking for grant money, other foundation support, but nothing specifically right now has addressed that shortfall for community ed districts across Minnesota.
Thanks, you guys. I appreciate it.
Yep.
Arlen, if you don't mind, I'd like to just add one quick thing. I think everyone's right. I doubt that the state or federal government will provide additional resources to reimburse community ed. The general fund of the school district could reimburse all or part of that work that community ed did. So at least keep that in the back of your mind. I know that the audit hasn't been completed yet, so that could be something that's considered. I just want to let you know.
Thank you, Carson. I appreciate that.
Arlen, do you mind if I go next for personnel, or is there someone else?
Sorry, I was muted again. Go right ahead, Janie.
Okay. There's just myself actually at personnel committee today, just to be honest, but we did have a good committee meeting and it was quick, so we were efficient. But one big thing I just wanted to make everybody aware of is that Mr. Hartman did talk to us about the sports season in the Minnesota High School League. And like everybody else is saying, there's a lot of decisions up in the air right now, but it sounds like tomorrow morning, the Minnesota State High School League will be voting as a board on their plans. So we should have some direction. And then Friday, it sounds like Mr. Hartman will be meeting with the Big Nine to discuss some options too. So I just kind of wanted to give everybody a heads up because there is a need to make sure the board is in agreement with that, and maybe look for a possible need to meet if that decision is needed. So another thing we talked about was just negotiations. We're waiting on some things right now, but Carson has been in contact with our groups. And another evaluation process that we're finding, which is a module on our teacher evaluation system that I know we've talked about evaluations being a concern of ours, but there was something that was found that actually would help us to be used for some common goals like customer service, which would be a good thing. So Carson is following up on that and looking more into it, and thanks to Jess Whitcomb, it sounds like she helped with that too. So but yeah, a lot of decisions. And again, we talked a little bit about that kindergarten numbers being down and what that means for our teachers also. So I think just lots of flexibility these days.
All right, thank you, Janie. Carson, you want to
Yeah,
comment?
really, Jess Whitcomb is the one who's done, the work with evaluation systems. And now some of the district directors are looking at their own evaluation forms, and then I'm going to step in and help try to consolidate them. But I just didn't want to take credit, for the work of others.
All right, thank you. Anybody else got some reports, committees? Otherwise, I have GCED and operations here whenever. Janie?
Can I just add one last thing? I'm sorry. I did want to make sure the district advisory committee has been meeting over the last year. Just with Dr. Borgen's retirement, it obviously has been kind of at a pause. So I just wanted to make sure that was out there, because I think there was some misperception or misinformation out that it wasn't meeting. And I just want to assure everybody that yes, indeed, the district advisory committee was and has been meeting over the last couple of years. So I just wanted to add that. Thanks.
Are those meetings on the calendar? Or should they be?
I guess they could be. I mean, I believe they always were on the calendar. You mean like on our calendar as far as for the board, or?
Yeah, for the board and for the public.
I suppose we could. I guess the difference is that advisory committee has very specific members, and so they're not, I mean, I guess maybe Kirsten, if you want to, and we have been only meeting a couple times a year, but I guess if Kirsten or Jess wants to comment, they can too, but it could look a lot of different ways too, Mike. I think we can use that committee even more. It just was definitely getting it going after the last couple of years, at least meeting regularly. It was my opinion. And moving the right direction.
That we need to meet more regularly?
I think it could be used in different ways. For instance, like districts use it in different ways. It's more of a parent advisory and input committee. And I think it could even be used kind of for if we want to talk about, racial equity issues, and I'll let Carson and Jess go into it because maybe I'm going too far, but.
I think that's well said, Janie, and certainly we could consider posting them. There is a board member who would be going to those meetings, so I think that would be the natural connection. So we can certainly talk about that to see if it's the right thing to do.
And make it a little bit more known publicly, since the board didn't really know much about it.
Right.
Thanks.
Talking by myself again, I'm sorry. Thank you for that update. Who else has reports and committee notes?
I just have one thing. This is
Go ahead,
Heidi.
Heidi.
I listened in on MSBA's questions and answers on the webinar on the governor's guidance for reopening schools. And obviously a lot of that intersected with what we're going to be discussing tonight. But one of the things, they are going to be developing a face mask policy for all districts to adopt across Minnesota, because that was one of the stipulations under the governor's plan. They also talked about the adoption of policies, that things may be different now. We do have an adoption of policy number 208. And in there it says under emergency circumstances, we may adopt policies without doing a 3 meetings or 2 previous readings of the policy. So we have to identify what that emergency would be and the need for the change in policy. And then they also expect, just as a matter of practicality, that some of these policies may be suspended during this time when it makes sense that we can't follow through or carry through in certain ways. And I really can't give you a good example of that. But I just thought the board should be aware that, as we go through this process and make adjustments, we do have a responsibility oversight there. But it also wraps up that policy language with, if there is nothing in place that addresses what we need to address, then the superintendent has authority to act within educational philosophy and the financial constraints of the district to take certain actions. So just FYI, be thinking about that. And if you want to look over policy 208 for yourselves, that's all I have.
Thank you, Heidi. Holly wanted to speak here.
Yeah, Heidi, thanks a lot for that. Also, will we be looking at that at our next policy meeting?
Yeah, I think we should develop an understanding about it, just so we know, but you guys are free to look, everybody's free to look at it in the meantime too.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. Thanks, Heidi.
Yep.
All right, I haven't seen anybody else say much here, so I'm going to take on the operating committee meeting that we just had here a little bit ago. Talked about the possible rental of land around the communications tower. Once again, that's been sitting on hold a little bit because of everything that's been going on. And staff is going to check with Hiawatha Broadband to make sure that there is not going to be conflicts on the lease and get it. I think they have checked, but we'll be getting that information in writing, hopefully. Then we talked quite a bit, or got informed quite a bit about different things for the COVID-19 plan coming into fall, including the food service plan that's progressing. On the janitorial end, Jefferson School has been cleaned up quite a bit. Carpet been patched and various things without replacement. We are in need of more janitors. They just posted, I believe they said today, for a full-time janitor, a part-time 20 hours janitor, and a part-time temporary janitor for 30 hours. And those janitorial positions would only bring us back to where we were in a normal school year. So there will be a need for additional janitors when more likely there will be a need for additional janitors with the opening of Jefferson and cleaning for COVID-19 in our buildings going forward with our plans, depending on how it is, if Jefferson opens, etc. We have a good starting stockpile of personal protective equipment that they've been working on over the summer. And then we understand the governor may have also additional for us. On technology, one-to-one technology, we have purchased a device to get to that. And they are working with different ways of using them, whether it's one-to-one in the building or out of the building, different things on that. The Jefferson infrastructure has been upgraded without really spending money. They've been using spare parts that we had sitting around from when we did our referendum and made other changes. So different ways to enhance the Wi-Fi in the building and stuff has been upgraded with spare parts. Bus capacity for COVID-19 under the governor's order is now, he's saying up to half for a student. Looking at things in different ways, we're looking at probably 30 students on a full 70 plus passenger bus. It'll vary on how you configure it with families, because you can have 2 or 3 people from the same family in the same seat. Because the bus seats are relatively high, that acts as a barrier for COVID spreads. So that makes things work a little more. Students will have to wear masks. They're looking at a two-tier system, and I will have more on that later here. First student is using in Europe, I believe, and we'll be using it here, a sanitizing product with a 30-day residual. So the buses will not have to be sanitized between routes in that manner. Obviously, you clean it up, but you really don't want to wipe this material off. It's a safe product. Let's see, driver ability is okay so far at first student, but they're nervous on what things will have coming forward. I know I missed something in here a little bit on that. Health services, Chris Clausen may be willing to come in and help a little bit in this project as we go forward to get us going. I had to leave the meeting, get ready for this meeting, so Jim and Holly, you could sure pipe in here a little bit on any additional stuff from the meeting. So that's a general synopsis of what the updates were there. Holly and Jim, you got anything to add?
Go ahead, Holly. Okay, go ahead, Holly.
Oh, I was gonna say, one of the things that we talked about with the bus company was, will the drivers be wearing masks? And they said that the driver will wear masks when they pick the kids up and actually basically when they first see the kids to get on the bus, either way, going home or coming or going to school, and that we're going to be doing a two-tiered system. So we're going to look at staggered start times for little people earlier and for secondary kids starting later. There was one other thing. Jim, you go and then I'll try to.
I don't remember him saying what I do not remember hearing what decision was made on what groups go first or second. I could have missed that, but yeah,
It was in his proposal.
Okay, the masks are going to be on when kids are getting on and off the bus. There's a safety concern driving down the road. Glasses could steam up. Visors were asked, and there's some peripheral constraints on that viewing. So then the other part at the end, Dawn Wettern talked on the plans that they're doing in the school with Joni Gorman and that, and it was really good. A lot of people put a lot of work into things to get this to where we are now. And I think you covered everything else pretty well.
I was going to say one more thing. We will be needing probably bus drivers. So if you know anybody who wants to drive the bus, please reach out.
All right, thank you for helping out on that a little bit. With that, I will go on to Goodhue County Education District.
Arlen, could I just ask a quick question? I had my name in the queue. But I just was wondering for the committee members or Kirsten, is there any guidance yet on, are we going to be letting staff or children bring their own masks or face shields in, or is that going to be against policy where it has to be given by the school district?
They can bring in their own masks or face shields as long as they're, conforming with school district policies. But yeah, we encourage kids to be doing that.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
All right, any other questions on operations before I go on? If not, we'll go on to Goodhue County Ed District. We met a couple weeks ago. They have a COVID plan in place. This was prior to the governor's announcement. They are looking at hiring an administrative assistant, and that's basically what happened at the meeting there. And then I'm going to go on a little bit more here. I wanted clarity from Sherry on Tower View. I could be doing this later here, but Goodhue County Ed District is looking at doing a hybrid version for, well, it'll be the lower grades will be every day. The upper grades will be every other week. So their cohorts would be every other week with a Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday and Wednesday would not be in-school learning for anybody. Because of the governor's mandates, or not mandates, the governor's, maybe not, whoever is putting out the map for COVID infection rates, current ones per whatever number of students, Dakota County and Wabasha County are in that area that the governor's directive would state the most you can do would be a hybrid, where your secondary students are hybrid and your elementary are every day. And the ed district is most likely going to go that route on the board approval. I'm sure they're preparing it. The consensus was at the meeting that everything was in place. They were hoping to meet tonight, but there was conflicts with me, there were conflicts with other in this whole week. So there will be a board meeting, the way it sounds, coming up next week sometime, is what it sounded like. As far as Tower View, I asked to clarify Tower View as we do this, because we owns Tower View basically, and we have the staff, but it's run under the GCED. And Sherry responded that Towerville will follow the hybrid plan that is, well, it's assuming Red Wing does a hybrid plan established by Red Wing, because there are many crossovers between the two schools. So it'll be the Monday, Tuesday, and then the Thursday, Friday in person. Looking for some clarity if other scenarios would happen if we did, and all students every day in our district, Tower View, I believe, would still have to go back, because of them and the other two counties, go back to a hybrid there, unless they ask for an exemption from the governor, which are all possibilities. And if I think that pretty much covered that on me checking through on that information. So any more information that you would like on GCED? If not, anyone else got reports and committee notes from the board members? I'm not seeing anything, so let's move on to the administrator's report. Carson, it's up to you here, I guess.
Thanks, Arlen. I really didn't include an administrative report because the last month or so has been so dedicated to COVID. But if there are any questions about a non-COVID issue that you'd like to ask, I'm here to answer.
Anybody? Well, that's about the fastest administrator report we've had in a long time. So we'll move on to consent agenda. I'll just give me one moment here. Trying to find what the motion would read like. Here we go. All right. Does anybody have anything on the consent agenda they would like pulled? If not, I'm looking for a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
So moved by Mike.
Second.
Okay, it's moved by Mike, seconded by Holly to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Arlen? Arlen, I'm sorry, I didn't get in the queue enough. I couldn't get my mic off. I'm running two computers here. I would like to pull the workshop minutes. I didn't get on in time because I couldn't find.
Okay.
So.
All right. Because of the type of situation we're in with virtual meetings, I will ask that we withdraw the motion to approve the consent agenda as presented. Are you all right with that, Mike and Holly?
I'm perfectly fine with that.
Okay, we have pulled that. Mike wants, or not Mike, Jim wants the minutes. Don't see it, what item number it is. Board minutes, item 1. We're pulling item number 1. Anything else that we want to pull from the consent agenda? If not, I'll go for asking for a motion for approving the consent agenda minus item number 1.
So moved by Janie.
Moved by
Second.
Janie,
Second.
seconded by Holly to approve the consent agenda minus item number 1 board minutes. All those in favor say aye.
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 Roll
Oh,
call
I'm sorry,
vote,
I gotta do a roll call. Messed up again, I'm sorry. We'll start with Janie.
Aye.
Jim,
Aye.
Heidi,
Aye.
Holly,
Aye.
I'll vote aye. Mike?
Aye.
Okay, it passes 6-0. Then I pulled the entire item board, but Jim had a question on the minutes from the workshop. So go ahead, Jim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I looked at them and I just thought with the robust conversation we had, it really didn't shed any light as to what we were talking about and what Gail was going to bring back from the meeting with some recommendations. So I just think they are, and I'm not trying to offend anybody, but I don't think they're that clear as to what we are discussing that night. And so I would like to have more guts or more things into the minutes to show some of the time that the 2.5 hours we spent on it.
Okay,
I guess
Gary.
as clerk, I'll respond. We didn't make any decisions that night, and that's my understanding of minutes is to reflect what was done, but we didn't make any motions or anything, so there isn't a lot of detail. And I guess I assumed that the board self-evaluation kind of covered it, that it's a long discussion facilitated by the third party who was identified. And I think we're just waiting to see what else comes of that, because this is the first time we've done it. So what kind of language were you looking for there, Jim? Just, do you want a statement about a follow-up or?
Well, I believe Gail mentioned she was going to come back with some recommendations or some comments and some highlights. So it didn't really hit on that. I'm not getting into the guts, and that's totally separate.
Okay.
You're right about, but I think minutes should reflect, at least give some type of an idea what happened, what's going to happen down if need be. So, but
So a statement about a report will be forthcoming from MSBA and the board will discuss further kind of thing, or?
something to that
Something.
extent. You know, we all knew that she said she's going to bring back the findings and put it all together, and we don't have anything like that. And so,
How do you recommend we handle this? You know, if we add language, or do we formally disapprove of the minutes right now? And I don't know exactly how to process this.
Okay, if I could step in here, I think if the minutes are inaccurate, then there should be a proposed wording that you would like to see in the minutes. Otherwise, we would need to just approve item number 1 from the consent agenda after having this discussion. Jim, do you want some other wording in there?
I think I would ask that something come back to the next meeting. I don't think it's dire that we have to come up with
That would be my
actual-
suggestion too.
Okay, then in that case,
So I'll make a-
we would just not approve the workshop meeting minutes tonight.
Right.
Okay, but we also have the regular meeting minutes.
I didn't have any problem with those. I didn't pull them.
So I would like to look for a motion to approve the board meeting minutes from whatever date that was, and delay the approval of the workshop meeting minutes to the next meeting or future meeting, whatever you want to put for wording in.
I think the next meeting will be fine. I'll make that motion to approve the board meeting and bring back a new version of the workshop minutes to the next board meeting on August 17th.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. It's been moved by Jim, seconded by Holly to approve the regular school board meeting minutes and to bring back more clarity writing of the workshop meeting minutes, I'm paraphrasing here, to our next school board meeting. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any more discussion? If not, we'll take a roll call vote. And I'll start with Jim.
Aye.
Heidi,
Aye.
Holly,
Aye.
chair votes aye. Mike,
Aye.
Janie,
Aye.
passes 6-0. Thank you, everybody. Next, we will move on to, let me get myself in order here a little bit more. Next thing on the agenda is the fall reopening recommendations. So I guess I can fiddle with my papers and Carson can start at this here. Once again, on this, I would like Carson to do his presentation, and then at that point, I would like to go to each one of you board members to just say what you're thinking, and without any rebuttals for other people during that time. And then once we're done with that, we'll go into open discussion and whatever on it. So go ahead, Carson.
Thank you, Arlen. We also have Jess Whitcomb, who can provide more detail about what's going to be happening in classrooms. George Nemenich and Mike Pagel are the two principal reps who are also here to answer questions, because I'm sure most of the community members just want to know what's going to be happening on a daily basis in our schools starting this fall. So I'll give a quick introduction here. As all of you know, in June, the middle of June, Governor Walz directed public schools to develop plans for 3 scenarios of learning this fall: in-person learning, distance learning, and then hybrid learning, which is a combination of in-person and distance learning. Those are the 3 scenarios. He made it very clear at that time that schools need to be prepared to go from one scenario to another within a day. And so there's the expectation that things will be changing rapidly throughout the year, and we need to be nimble enough to be able to make those adjustments so that we minimize the gaps in learning for our kids. So that was the charge from Governor Walz. Just last Thursday, Governor Walz also issued an executive order and a document called the Safe Learning Plan regarding school this fall. As outlined in the plan, Red Wing and other school districts will use county COVID rates to help make decisions about when to provide in-person, distance, and/or hybrid learning during the year. So the school district typically can make those decisions after reviewing the county COVID rate. Governor Walz, though, also made it clear that they are not giving up their ability to close schools if they see fit. So generally, school districts will be able to make those decisions themselves, but the state could jump in if they thought there was an unsafe situation that the district wasn't addressing. Another note, I do want to emphasize that due to changing circumstances, the following plan is subject to change. During the Operations Committee meeting today, we went over the work of multiple departments in preparing for this fall. That document is shown as an extra under the school board meeting agenda for tonight. So anyone in the public can go to the meeting, they'll see the word extras, they can click on that, choose the COVID operations plan, and that gives kind of a department by department status update as far as what we're doing this fall. Understandably, there are a lot of parents and community members who want to make sure that we're taking the steps necessary to keep our kids safe and to provide a strong learning environment. So that information is there. And we can certainly cover that at any time at a board meeting or other committee meetings if people so choose. As the administrative team worked on coming up with plans for those 3 different scenarios, we looked at really 5 criteria. I only have 4 listed, but there's one that's just so inherently part of our thinking that I didn't include it, but I'll mention that. First of all, first and foremost, we always want to provide a safe environment for all students and staff. That's an important criteria that we considered as we were coming up with our plans. Second, and the one that's not listed, is that we believe it's important to cultivate relationships between students and trusted adults. That's going to be really important at the start of this school year after everything that's happened since March. That's a really important part. So I'm a math teacher, former math teacher. I believe in that students need to learn math, but even I have to admit that social emotional learning and those relationships with adults are far more important than learning how to multiply fractions. That learning will come and will be a strong emphasis, but first it's that relationship with students. The third bullet is that we want to provide our youngest learners with in-person learning each day if we have enough staff members and if the COVID county rates allow it. So I want to emphasize youngest learners. Right now, we think that we can provide that daily instruction to K through 4 students, but that could change depending on staff availability throughout the year. And then the last bullet I want to emphasize is that I asked the team to come up with consistent and continuous learning regardless of the location of learning. There's so many things going on and so many things that are changing on a regular basis. I felt it was important to maintain the schedule, maintain transportation routes, maintain those kinds of things as much as possible. So we don't have kids going from Twin Bluff over to the high school, depending on the scenario, for example. We aren't switching from a block schedule to a 7-period day schedule, depending on the scenario. We want that to be as consistent, as continuous as possible. So those are the 5 criteria. I'll briefly summarize the kind of a summary of those general plans. First of all, I'll focus on grades K through 4. When we're in-person learning, if the classroom spaces are smaller, like in most of our buildings, classes of about 22 to 26 will be split into 2 rooms each day. In one room, a licensed teacher will provide instruction. Those lessons, in most cases, will be broadcast to an adjoining room that is also supervised by either another teacher or a classroom paraprofessional or other adult. Adults will rotate between the rooms during each day, or perhaps they'll go from one room to another on alternating days. I know that was one of the questions that Rose asked in her public comment is, when does the second classroom receive that daily instruction, from a licensed teacher? Well, it's going to happen every day, but we are going to switch the 2 teachers assigned to those classrooms into different rooms, regularly, so that it's both groups of students are being treated similarly. One thing I want to emphasize is that we want to provide new learning each day. Each day, we want our teachers to be personally connecting with students, and we're gonna make that happen regardless. When the spaces are large enough, we have some big rooms at Twin Bluff. The classes of 22 to 26 will be in one room with a licensed teacher and at least a part-time paraprofessional. Once again, those lessons will be digitally broadcast to students at home who may be sick for the day, who may be quarantined, or perhaps they've chosen distance learning. And so we want to make sure those connections are happening. And once again, new learning will be provided each day. So that's kind of the in-person learning for the elementary school level. Hybrid learning, this is the best part of the plan. If we need to go into hybrid learning, our system, our setup will be the same as we are with in-person learning. And I know that sounds kind of complicated to people who are listening in on the call, but the state defined in-person learning, hybrid learning, and distance learning. Our plan fulfills the requirements of both in-person learning and hybrid learning. So I won't repeat that again. It's going to be the same deal. All K through 4 kids will come to the school building and will participate in new learning each day, if we're in-person learning or hybrid learning. And then distance learning, we do have a couple of options that we'll be discussing with parents. One of them will be to, just have classroom teachers from Red Wing schools provide lessons and communicate directly with students. We've decided in the end that will be for 5 days each week, not at least 4 days per week. So each day, teachers will be providing new learning and communicating directly with students. There's another option for those who want a long-term commitment to online schooling. We have a program called Edgenuity that's used in numerous other schools. And so if there is someone who's confident that they can participate in online schooling for a semester, for a year, those students will be able to sign up for Edgenuity. They're both very different platforms, different strengths and negatives. When parents are selecting that they don't want to be physically in school, then we'll be working with those parents to see what option makes the most sense for them. Are there any quick questions about the summary of the general plans for grades K through 4? Or
Carson, can we clarify here? One question was when the teacher will be in one room and the other room, but it's not decided if it will be half a day, or if it's be every other day. Is that right?
Yeah, the students will be physically in the building, all day. And for example, we might have a third grade teacher in one of the rooms and perhaps an art specialist in another room. And perhaps in the mornings, the third grade teacher will teach units, and then perhaps they'll switch for the afternoon, or maybe they'll do it every other day or take turns every week. I think it's going to depend on the teachers involved in that pairing. So there'll be some flexibility there depending on the teachers.
Oh, okay. And then one other part of that question, for the kids only distance learning, will they be watching 7 hours of the day at school, or will there be lessons online there? You covered part of it.
Yeah, that's a very good question. All of us are tired of Zoom meetings and Google Meets, and when we have a 4-hour meeting, that's a lot. And so we're cognizant of that, with our kids too. 6 hours, would be a long time to do that. So we'll be working with our teachers on developing what needs to be developed to work with kids working from home. That's the same or very similar to what's happening in the classroom. There could be video clips. There could be live instruction. There will be direct communication between the teacher and those learning from home, so they can have questions and answers. They can better explain projects. They can review homework or whatever it might be on an individual basis or small group basis. So there's gonna be a wide variety of different learning techniques that are gonna be shared.
All right, I see we have two people wanted to. Janie was first, had a question, and then Heidi will be next.
Thanks, Karsten. So a couple questions on just the K through 4 then. Can you maybe speak on, so it sounds like you're almost saying that the in-person all students options, the full person in, is the same as hybrid in this model, right?
Yeah, according to the definitions given to us by the state, they are. Okay,
but if again, I'm going off the governor's recommendations right now, if that's okay to kind of just put that as a general statement. Why couldn't the teacher be in both classrooms during the day, going back and forth, if there's no restrictions on the in-person all students option?
Yeah, if we were categorized as being in person for grades K through 4, and we are currently, according to the county COVID rates, we could have one teacher with all 22 or 26 kids in the class at the same time with support.
Right.
We believe though that we need to commit our teachers to those relationships in those classrooms and with those kids. And so we think it's better to keep the smaller class sizes, even if we could put them all in one room. We think it's going to be more sustainable long term. And we'll have a trusting adult with half those kids at a given time. By the way, 22 to 26, a rough estimate, 26 is the number that we programmed our transportation routes to. But there'll be some kids who will prefer to have distance learning, and so that number would go down from there. We may end up with 20 to 24 kids, and then we'd have 10 to 12 in most of those classrooms, at least those with smaller spaces.
I think that's what's a little bit confusing even to me, is that we're setting ourselves up to be able to keep our K through 4 in school, through multiple scenarios. So I think we need to make that clear that really, if we were an all person and the hybrid, they're going to have the same teacher at almost like a 1 teacher to 10 to 12 students ratio, right? Would that be fair to say?
Yes, generally. It's certainly possible that, let's say, the 3rd grade teacher is ill one day, and so then we could hire a substitute.
Right.
And if not a substitute teacher, then a classroom paraprofessional who could fill in. In that particular case, we'd still have a licensed teacher in the other classroom who could transmit lessons to the first classroom. But generally, the answer to your question is yes. We'll have a licensed teacher working with all the kids in that assigned class. Generally, but we'll have 2 different classrooms, and we'll have 1 licensed teacher in each one of those classrooms.
Yeah, no, thanks. And then my last question would be, can you speak, you didn't really touch on the recess and outdoor emphasis for these young kids. And I think that's a huge thing for parents to hear too. And that's my last question for this.
Yeah, in fact, if you guys don't mind, maybe I'll expand on a few different things that are important to us and important to teachers and parents, who are out there. And one thing that I want to emphasize is that at this point of the summer, the administrative team realized that we have to get this structure down and decided because everything else then can fall into place. We had to determine if keeping Jefferson made sense. We had to determine if we had enough staff so that we could tell the public that we are able to provide daily instruction to our youngest learners, and hopefully K through 4. We had to make sure that our transportation system would work so that we could limit how many kids are on the bus at a certain time. And so we went through all sorts of models. I mean, we were looking at K-6 schools with K through 6 instruction every day. We concluded we just don't have enough people to be able to make that work. We looked at keeping 7th grade at the middle school where it is now. That's kind of the one I was really pushing for. But in the end, it created a conflict with being able to provide daily instruction for grades K through 4 because 7th grade would take up so many of those classrooms in the current middle school. Plus, we'd have a lot of teachers being shared between Twin Bluff and the high school. And we didn't like either one of those scenarios because we want to limit that co-mixing as much as possible. So we said no to that. So anyway, we have spent a lot of time working on the structure. After tonight's meeting, assuming that this proposal is approved, then we will accelerate our work with teachers on some of the important details that you just said. Recess. What does the art program look like? Can one teacher teach to multiple classrooms in his or her specialty area? And then maybe the English teacher could teach in his or her specialty area, those kinds of things. And, we've already done some of that work, like with the music department and others, but we will accelerate it starting tomorrow because teachers are the experts. They're the ones who will make that happen in the classrooms. To answer your specific question though, Janie, in terms of recess, we will have at least 1 recess and possibly 2 recesses every day for the kids in grades K through 4. We value outside learning and just being outside as much as possible all the time, but especially when you have a global pandemic, we want our kids outside, moving around. And so, I know with the materials that I've sent out previously, it almost made it look like we'd be having kids stuck in desks 6 feet apart and they couldn't move at all. That's the last thing we'd want. Certainly we need to maintain social distancing between our kids as much as possible, but we want our kids moving around. We want them outside, and we want to give our teachers the flexibility to do what's right for the kids. And, that might mean sidewalk chalk projects outside, so that we can still separate kids and still do drawings on the sidewalk. This is one example. In terms of the K-6 specialists, and again, I said this earlier, we really value the work of PE teachers, art teachers, our STEM program, industrial tech, all those programs, our media center work. And so Jess is going to be organizing groups of people in those areas and some community partners who have a passion for those areas. And we're going to come up with some ways to provide that kind of learning in every class. So it's going to look different than where we are now, but that's a really important thing for us. And really, we're doing that for a couple of reasons. First, we want to make sure we have enough adults to provide that daily instruction. But then also, we don't want our teachers to be going into 6 different classrooms every week. If we can minimize how many times people interact with each other or interact with different groups, I think it's better for everyone. And so, we want to take the safety of our kids and our staff members into account. That was a long answer to your question, Janie, and I hope I answered the pertinent points there.
Sorry, I'm going to move on to Heidi here.
Okay, a shorter question is, can you explain a little bit better the differentiation between broadcasting lessons from the classroom to a child at home versus the Edgenuity scenario? Because I think I want to be sure I understand that distinction.
Jess, I know, is on this call. Jess, would you be able to answer that question, or I can respond as well?
No, I can answer. I actually have done a lot of communicating with the rep with Edgenuity. And this is a program that we've actually been piloting with GCED and all of their member schools. So we actually looked out with that we kind of switched over to a platform that was Fuel Ed, and now it's Edgenuity. Fuel Ed didn't do the first time instruction like Edgenuity does. So we will have that access to that now. Through 712 we were doing the pilot. We've been in contact with him since, along with many other districts. He got busy really fast on going down to K5. So what Edgenuity would do is similar to probably all the commercials everybody's seeing with Connections Academy and all of these online schools that people could enroll in. This is our of that through Red Wing Public Schools. And so what that would do is they have K5 options, and then they also they would cover all the Minnesota state standards, and we've looked into the electives that they would give us 712. That's part of the reason that we went into the pilot with GCD, was because of their CTE classes and how that paired really nicely with what we're doing for flight paths and being on that same page. So the difference though would be you would not have the ability to come in and out of our schools. Right. And so you would have to make that commitment to distance learning. One thing I did confirm with Scott today was that you could do that per quarter at secondary and per semester at K5.
Okay, thank you, that helps. Secondary to that, I know a concern was brought up on the call on Saturday morning with MSBA about if you're recording instruction in the classroom and offering it as distance learning, how does that impact kids' privacy under FERPA? And maybe you don't have the answer tonight, but I just kind of wanted to bring that up. And so my larger question or deeper question was staffing challenges, not only for what we can deliver to the kids, but what does our staff need? What do they understand about their individual situations? If you are feeling you're compromised, if you are working in this district, but you have children somewhere else, and it's complicated with the schedules and choices. I know they said Pelsby, the licensure board for teachers, would be streamlining out-of-field permissions and expanding substitute availability potentially. And generally kind of loosening the rules, and then understanding that para is going to be doing more to manage classrooms too. So I know that's not just K4, and maybe we're not answering those questions tonight, but I think those things kind of need to be addressed, at least for my peace of mind about how we're managing this, so that it's a big endeavor, obviously. But I know Carson's put out there the caveat, if we have the staff to support this. So anyway, that maybe is a larger question that needs to get answered at a different time, but thank you for listening.
Yeah, I can try to answer your first question about privacy, not only privacy of students, but also of the staff. And that's actually that's a big deal for us, and a lot of schools are struggling with that.
Right.
And so we're going to be working with some other Big 9 schools and others to see what kinds of policies or expectations there are. And also when the teachers are together, we're going to be talking about those kinds of things to see what they can do to minimize that risk. And it could mean that teachers will use a certain program to videotape their lessons, so it's just them showing, and then broadcasting that home into the other classroom. The advantage of that is that, that could be used year after year. It's done, but it takes extra time.
Right.
There are some other ways of minimizing that risk as well, in terms of turning off the mic when you're disciplining a student, or asking student questions, those kinds of things. So I don't have a great answer. The last issue is that you brought up has to do with HR, in terms of people feeling comfortable in the classrooms. And there are staff members with legitimate health concerns. And so obviously we will follow, all local, state, and federal guidelines with that. It's the right thing to do. But we'll work on those on an individual basis to see if they qualify for those kinds of leaves or not. And then we'll work with the teachers and staff members from there.
Okay, I think I have more questions, but I think we need to move on. So thank you.
I think a lot of these questions will have to get fine-tuned as we go on into this, once the decisions are made tonight. But I have in the queue here Jim, and then Holly, then Janie. So Jim, go ahead.
Thank you. I'll ask a short question and hope to get a short answer. How's that? Did you say during your presentation we do not have room to have full learning all K through 12 in our schools?
No, what I certainly meant to say is that if we kept 7th grade at the middle school, if we were in the state determined hybrid situation, we would not be able to provide a daily K4 instruction for all kids. So that was the reason for my comment. But with 7th grade at the high school, then we have plenty of space, even in a hybrid situation, to provide that kind of learning.
Okay, I'm not hearing anymore. I think you got the quick question and a quick answer here. We'll see if Jim raises a hand again. We'll do more. Holly, go ahead.
Thank you, Arlen. So my question is kind of two things. Finances. What are we currently, what is the current cost for a student to be educated? 10,000, 12,000? What do we get?
Well, it depends on the grade of the child and how many free and reduced lunch kids we have. Typically, we'll say about $8,000 per child.
Okay. how much does it cost to use that online option for families? How much will that cost us?
You know, Jess Whitcomb showed me those numbers, but I'd feel better if she answered that question.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's a little bit different, Holly. The reason that we're looking at partnering with GCED is because it goes down exponentially if you get more kids. And so that's one of the reason. And also it's different for 6-12 versus K-5. But I can do, so it gets a little, they're looking to do pricing options because of the demand that they're having. They're able to pay more staff and meet the needs. So they're able to be a little more flexible. So it might go down, but at this point, okay, so I'm gonna do K-5 first. It's a little simpler. K-5, and I can give these numbers to you guys too later on, but the full-time student per semester, if you add in the materials that they give versus printing them yourself, is $1,800 per student.
Per student per semester.
Yep.
So
And-
$2,000 a year.
About 34, or yeah, 32.
Okay.
And then one of the things that is an option for us is looking at just doing it per semester. This is something that he talked to me about today because he said things are changing so quickly with COVID. Like, don't pay for a year long because you don't know what will happen and where people will be at. And so that one would be for it's only like $100 less to do it without the workbooks per kid. So I don't think that it's worth it for us we can look at how many we get, but I don't know how much it's worth it for printing. Say how much printing costs us. That's probably going to be mitigated with how much it would be to print it off for all students. So then the other would be for the 6-12. That's when if there's 10 students, then it's really high. It's about 3,000 per student. But if we get over 500 students, then it ends up being like $200.
It ends up being $200 less?
No, it ends up, if they go to like this, there's different increments of like 1 to 199, then it's about $3,000 per kid. But if you go to 500 kids, then you drop down to about 200 a kid. And I don't
Per
know if
semester or per year?
per year. And I made him
Okay.
say it to me 85 times because I didn't believe that price difference. But I think it's something to do with how they are paying teachers and then how much they come back with. It would be different if we used our own teachers. It drops, but we don't have enough students that have had that interest at this point to make that make sense for us to have a teacher online digitally doing that, because we don't have the numbers yet for the teacher to take that on.
Simply because we haven't had people sign up one way or another definitively.
Right, because I think they're waiting for this. They're
Right.
wanting to know what are my options and what does that look like.
Okay. I have more questions, but I'll leave it at that. Thanks, you guys.
To follow up on what Holly was said is we get $8,000 basically from the state to educate our students. So if we're paying $3,200 for the elementaries, are we getting compensated somehow for that student, or does the state pay the program that they're in then, and we don't get anything?
Yeah, I can answer that question. If there are, first of all, I think a lot of parents are just going to choose distance learning associated with our particular classroom teachers. I think that'll be a popular option. But Edgenuity is also a very good option for parents. It's going to depend on personal style. If parents do choose Edgenuity because we have a relationship with Edgenuity, we will continue to receive the state aid, and then we will pay Edgenuity for the work. So it'd be similar to how we work with Minnesota State College Southeast, where we get the revenue for those kids and then we pay for the college credits.
Okay.
All right, Janie was the next one in the queue here.
Well, now I have more questions about that a little bit, but I'm sure they'll come out. So I guess I just want to bring us back to the young kids, because I know this is a big thing for parents. And so tell me a little bit how recess would go, because how has it been working at Kids Junction and such? And, you know, I know kids are wearing masks inside. Obviously, that's a state mandate now. I recognize that. But are they at Kids Junction? Are they getting to play like normal and play tag on a playground? Or I guess I'm a little confused by your 6 feet distance remark.
Sure. And again, we're going to work with the classroom teachers who really know how to make this work. And I'm also hoping that our physical education specialists can also provide guidance to all of us on what we can and should and want to do outside. But right now, one option that's on the table is that a classroom teacher or a paraprofessional would take a group of 13 kids out into the field space. And then if there are other teachers having recess at the same time, they'd be in a different part of the field. And so, you know, you're outside, you're moving around, you know, it's you know, the social distancing guidelines are 6 feet. But even when that's said, you know, kids are going to be closer than 6 feet. We just don't want them to be, you know, licking people's hands or hugging each other or stuff like that.
Do they have to wear masks outside, Kirsten? I just don't know what Kids Junction and other, I mean, we're not creating the whole program here. Schools are already in session in other states and districts, and daycares have been going on the whole summer. So I'm just wondering how we compare to that. Because that's going to be big for parents to understand. Is our kids going to have to wear masks outside?
You know, I'll double check the guidelines, but I don't believe so. I mean, I think if they're outside and they're not hanging on each other and those kinds of things, we're going to be perfectly fine. But, you know, obviously we're going to carefully review all of those guidelines to make sure we're in compliance. But at the same time, we want our kids to be moving around. We want them to be socializing, but we just need to do it in somewhat different ways. Thank
you. And maybe if you can expand when other people talk or we go on. I mean, am I hearing that we will have to get a loss for paying if people choose to go to this in I forget how you even pronounce it, but this other online portion? It sounds like we're actually going to take a loss on that then. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, certainly there'll be a cost to us. But, you know, we want to meet the needs of all of our parents and kids. And, you know, that particular curriculum setup will be, you know, perfectly aligned with people's preferences. And so if that's the case, then we want the kids to be in that program, you know, even if it costs us some money.
So are you going to give, and I'm sorry to interrupt you, but are you, you know, because people are going to have to make quick decisions on this, because if I understand, can you maybe tell us again when you want parents to make a decision? Oh,
yeah. And, you know, first, we do not want parents to make quick decisions. Okay. Even though we have 40 to 50 kids who have already expressed interest in distance learning, you know, we have, you know, another 4 weeks, you know, 4+ weeks to work with those families to make sure that they have the right distance learning model that they're enrolled in. And so we're going to be doing that. You know, we're going to work with those parents so they know exactly what might work best for their kids. And, you know, there is some flexibility in terms of, for example, if we have some of our kids in the distance learning model where they're working directly with our teachers remotely, like what I've been talking about earlier, you know, they could come back into the typical setting with other kids at any time, because they're learning the same kind of material digitally. And so there's a very easy transition back and forth there. We will need to make some decisions earlier in terms of Edgenuity, just because when they sign up for that program, they're going to want to be part of it for at least a quarter or a semester. They aren't going to be able to go back from that curriculum to what our third grade teacher is teaching, because it's a different pace. It's different standards that are being taught at different times. So yeah, we have time to make sure that parents who are interested, fully understand what the models will look like. And we even have flexibility after the school year starts if someone chooses distance learning, directly with our teachers, with our hybrid model.
I think that we also need to remember that if students were to choose Connections Academy, then we lose them altogether. And we want to provide an option for them to stay within our district so that we can meet their needs.
Okay.
Sally, I just want to add, I had some feedback
Holly
on,
has been waiting, Heidi.
oh, I'm sorry. I was just going to say, Kids Junction does social distance and they don't have to wear masks outside, but they do have to maintain the social distancing.
Okay, thank you, Heidi. Holly, go ahead.
Oh, goodness. I know. I've been doing the numbers in my head, Karsten. I know that we have so many specialists in the elementary and special ed teachers. I don't see how you can pair. I don't see that there's enough staff, licensed teachers, to pair teachers up.
There is.
Yeah, and Holly, that's been my concern all along as well. And again, when we were looking at these models and we really started looking at K through 4, we actually started assigning teachers to buildings and grades. And then we looked at our whole list of specialist teachers, ADSIS teachers, a wide variety of people. And we actually placed them because we wanted to be sure that we had enough, right now. And again, that will change, as the school year goes on. We also have the ability to assign paraprofessionals in that second room. We could put some other teachers as well into that area if we need to. But right now the numbers work.
Say more about paraprofessionals.
Oh, God.
Yeah, for example, there are some paraprofessionals who could be in that second classroom. So again, the teacher in the first classroom would be conducting the lessons, and then we'd have a paraprofessional in the second room working with those kids. So the paraprofessionals would not be creating curriculum. They would not be devising assessments or anything like that. But they can in fact, this is what they do now in the regular classroom. They'll work with kids. They'll provide some direction if someone is off task, those kinds of things. And again, we would flip, each cohort of kids would have approximately the same time with that licensed teacher.
But that's not equitable.
So can I talk a little bit about one of the things that was our large concern of the group that was planning, Holly, was like, how do we make sure that we have an equitable education for every kid? So that's part of the reason why we started to have that conversation about the specialist. And then we actually came to the conclusion that we were thinking it would be every other day where the teachers would have to shift between those classrooms, but actually because of contact tracing and how that actually works, they don't have to stay outside of both of those rooms per day because they're already coming into contact with those kids with the 24 hours or the hours that the state would ask us to do. So we actually thought that the teacher could go back and forth within that room if need be, so they would be able to answer those questions and meet the needs of all of our kids. It would just be for those social distancing and the health and safety of our students and our staff was why they were in the 2 rooms. But really that teacher, if it happened to be that they were paired with a para and the para needed extra support, or a kid in the classroom had a question that they needed the teacher to be in that room, we would be able to do that and meet those needs. And that was part of the conversation as to why we were setting it up the way we did with K through 4.
No, I understand. I understand why you set it up that way, but it's not equitable. You can't ask 2 teachers to be in a room together and then another teacher to do double duty of the teacher's responsibility because they're paired with a para who are fantastic. I know that. That's not my point. It's equity. And so if you're going to have teacher, it's got to be teacher across the board, or it's got to be teacher para across the board. But if you're asking one teacher to take on the responsibility because they don't get a co-teacher, that's not equitable for the kids or the teacher.
Well,
so I don't know how that will stick.
But if that's the criteria, then we would have to abandon all day, everyday instruction for grades K through 4.
If you're basing your criteria on whether or not you can put a para in a classroom and call it teaching, I'm concerned about your plan.
Well, Holly, right now it works, and so
no, it doesn't work. It works on paper, but it doesn't work, Karsten.
Yeah, well, and again, things will change during the year. Maybe there's a teacher who's sick. We need to find a substitute. Maybe we have to put somebody else in the classroom. But I believe the plan is the right thing to do, and it provides the best educational opportunities for our kids. I have no doubt about that.
I'm not questioning the caliber of our paras in one iota. What I'm questioning is the equity and the access to teaching, period.
Okay, if I can interject here as the chair here, Carson is presenting the plan. Holly, I duly noted, and I think the rest of the board members are your concern about equity. I guess we'll have to continue on. This is the plan that's being put forth in front of us, and then we'll have more time to debate it later on. I'd like to have this plan continue to be presented to us, and then we will make our decision as we go forward later on here in this meeting, please, so we can keep this meeting.
Thank you, Arlene.
Thank you. So unless we have a lot more here, I'd like to see us go on to the plan going, what is it, grades 5 through 12, or however you break it up there, Carson.
Sure. We do have a different plan for grades 5 through 12. Again, the administrative team really wanted a K through 6 plan, but we just didn't have enough adults to make that work. So we do have 5 through 12 as part of a separate plan. With in-person learning, all students report to school and follow their regular schedule as we typically would do. In hybrid learning, we don't have enough spaces or people to spread everybody out like we do at the elementary schools. And so for grades 5 through 12, the students would be divided into 2 cohorts. Cohort A would report to the building on, let's say, Monday and Tuesday. And during that time, cohort B would be at home, following the lessons via the digital broadcasting. With Wednesday, all kids would participate in distance learning. And then on Thursday and Friday, the 2 cohorts would switch. So cohort B would be in the building and cohort A would be at home learning. So once again, there would be new learning every day, but the locations of the students will be different. And Jess, I think, can explain, if you want that now, or maybe we could do that later in terms of how that might look. But our goal was to try to get the kids in as much as possible. And actually getting back to Holly's point, we wanted to try to be as equitable as possible for those 2 cohorts. And so that's why we set it up the way we did. Again, the emphasis is that new learning will occur each day, and teachers will communicate with students on a daily basis and a frequent basis.
Okay, does that conclude your presentation there, Carson?
Yeah, I mean, the recommendations after that, but we can certainly discuss that after comments and questions.
Is there any immediate questions on this high school, the way it's presented, that you have just as far as what is looked to be done? Heidi's raising her hand. Go ahead, Heidi. You're silent.
All right. So I'm trying to understand this, Carson. The cohorts right now, you're not, because of the scheduling, I'm guessing you're not, if we're doing the 4 blocks and the student has a different class every block, but it's not always the same kids, right? Because we're still trying to maintain choice or options of as many classes as possible. But that's still, so this is one thing I've struggled with from the beginning. So if you have a student that shows up in class 1, and then he's with a different group in class 2, class 3, class 4. Now, if that student is COVID positive, then the exposure carries through 4 different classes, right? And so what is the district's response to that level of exposure? That this is how it's set up. Do we shut the building down? I mean, I don't know what those limitations are about. So is there any way, first of all, I guess explain how we're looking at that, and then can we narrow that down any more? I mean, what was the discussion behind that fluidity with 4 classes even? Am I making myself understood?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
actually very well. We had approved last spring to have an 8-period day plus an advisory class for the high school. And so in that scenario, each child would be going to 6 different classrooms, or actually 8 different classrooms on a typical day. And so, possibly being in contact with a couple hundred kids. With a block schedule, it'll be half that because they'll have 4 classes instead of 8. If we want to provide choices and electives for our kids, I think it's the only way we have figured out to make it work. Perhaps in 7th and 8th grade, we could have groups of kids in a particular classroom with the different classroom teachers going to different classrooms, have the teachers move instead of the students. That might work for 7th and 8th grade in most classes. But even then, some kids will be in band and others won't be, those kinds of things. And so there will be movement around, even though we've tried to minimize it as much as possible.
All right. Janie had a question.
Yep, just maybe for everybody gets to hear it. I have some concerns, and I know I've had people come up to me at the 5th and 6th grade age, being part of this, of being, possibly left alone at home and such. And so can you maybe share a little bit about that? Because that is young for many families to leave somebody home alone.
Yeah, and right now, if we're in-person learning, all the kids will be there every day. If it's hybrid, they'll be in school for about half the time and then at home half the time. And distance, they're going to be home all the time. And if we had enough staff members to provide coverage so that they could have daily instruction in school every day, we would do it. If we could do it for 6th graders, we would do it. But we just don't have enough staff members to make that work. So unfortunately, that's where we landed on K4. We're actually, kind of depends on how you look at it. I wish we could do grades 5 and 6, but at the same time, I am so thankful that at least we can do grades K through 4, because in other parts of the state, they are not able to do that. So right now, it's a limitation based primarily on personnel.
Only in hybrid, though.
Correct. Only if it's hybrid. If we're in person, then the kids can be there every day.
Yep. And just while we're on that fact, I would encourage us to maybe start looking into some partnerships to help families with this. I mean, I know the YMCA would be involved, and I see Jess, nodding her head. And so I just think we have to start really thinking creatively here. And I can do that too on the things I'm involved in. But I think we got to help families that need it, obviously. And I know everybody agrees on this call, but I think we need to, I'll talk to the YMCA too, but I think we need to make sure parents know that they can ask support. And, if they're not comfortable with that age, we just have to find some ways to help families right now. And I know that our community is going to do it. I have people coming up to me saying, I want to volunteer. I want to drive people to school. I want to clean rooms. And so I am very much in favor of trying to get as much help as we can get. Let's have them sign waivers and just be a community and help each other. So I'll kind of leave that at that, but I know that was something that the 5th and 6th was a concern for many people.
Karsten, can I talk about the community organizations that have kind of reached out?
Perfect timing.
So one of the things I'm really excited about, Janie, is that those partnerships that I got to develop working with Every Hand Joined, to be able to meet people and the different organizations that have kids after school a lot now have been reaching out to say, like, how do we meet those needs? And one of the things we're kind of waiting for is that structure approval, because we don't want them to be going around in circles and saying, well, we could do this if, and that's kind of what we've been doing. And so we wanted to get that structure to our community in order to say, this is what we're working with now. How can we utilize all of those great community resources? And then the other thing, I wanted to go back to Holly. I wanted to check with the admin team before I said this, but they had just confirmed to me that K-6, we actually have all licensed teachers paired, and that is not pairs, but I didn't want to say that without confirming it, Holly.
Thank you, Jess.
All right. I think at this point, it would be a good time for us just to all air out what our feelings are one at a time. And once again, I want to say by doing it that you maybe a 2 or 3 minute statement. I'm not going to time it. Just put it out there, what you feel needs to be done, what's going on, what you think, and just say it. And then we'll go into a discussion after that, but no rebuttals or anything in between. I'm willing to go first. I'm willing to go last or in between. Anybody want to volunteer to go right away? Put your name in the queue right away. If you don't, I'll take off and put it out the way I feel. Well, it's looking like it's me. All right. Want to have the last verse? All right. This is one of the most difficult decisions we're going to have to make as a board member. But at the same time, we got to realize that we're in this situation. We got to make the decision. And I try to put it in simplistic ways for myself. I came to my conclusion here about a week ago, what I feel needs to be done. First off, safety of our kids and our staff is paramount to any decision that we do here. And regardless of what we decide here tonight, there is that option, two different options to keep and train or teach your kids at home with online learning. So more than likely, some of my statements you're going to disagree with, and I'm going to disagree with yours, but in the end, I'm going to be very happy because nobody is forced to send their kids to school. If they feel it's not safe, their kids are going to be home, and for that, I'm very grateful. I have major concerns about putting kids together and what it's going to do at this time. I am in full support of this hybrid full elementary plan that's here at this time. I would like to see this reevaluated either, I was hoping to at the end of the first quarter, but to be realistic, that's only 4 weeks or 8 weeks into the school to have a reevaluation and a possibility of changing to a full district or something if it became possible. So I'm thinking in my mind at the end of the first quarter, it's time to do an evaluation. How is this working? What can we do and where should we go in the second semester, regardless of where we go? I guess we all have to see where it's at. I get extremely alarmed when I start seeing people that can test every day, and you see, I believe it's the Florida Marlins, and all of a sudden 16 or 17 COVID cases in their team instantly like that. And so this can blow up real quick if anybody gets infected. I'm going to make a statement now that's probably going to be only mine and nobody else on this board owning it, but I personally do not believe we should be doing fall sports. And the reasoning behind it not isn't only that we can do it here training wise, but the minute you expose our athletes to students from another district, you're opening that door to bring potentially something into our district. And my main focus is to have our kids in school any way we can. So that's where I'm coming from, and I'm going to stick to it. I appreciate, once again, everybody that's making their decisions here. I will respect that decision. And if you vote to go all school learning, which I do not support, I will support it. I will not be. It's a board decision. I respect it, and I respect every one of you. So thank you. I open it up to any volunteers. If not, I'll ask somebody next. If nobody's putting their name in the queue first.
I'll volunteer, Arlen. This is
Thank you,
Mike.
Mike. I appreciate that.
I agree with you that this is a well, I was going to say I think this is a pretty conservative plan, well thought out, attempting to cover all the bases in a very chess match world. And you know, what my concerns would be, do we have a baseline from which to measure the progress of our students in this particular year to a normal year? I don't think we could do it to last year, but it would be interesting to see how last year turned out too, although we didn't take the MCA, so I suppose that's the only baseline that we have. It doesn't really surprise me that this district came up with this kind of a plan, which is kind of a patchwork of putting things together and making them work, because this district has been doing it for years and basically doing it fairly well. Holly's issue with equity is real, and it springs from our staff numbers and is inherent with what we do and trying to make do with what we have without any increased funding in order to bring more people on board to help us. I think this plan is a very conservative place to start. I don't think reevaluating at the first quarter is not doable. In fact, we should be reevaluating every 2 weeks as we get the measurements from the COVID numbers from the health department. I also tend to agree with you on the fall sports, Arlen. I get the feeling that there might not even be professional football being played this year. It's just too much close quarter contact with heavy breathing, and it'll kill a lot of people, but it won't kill other people. So it's but that's not what we're discussing here. We're discussing education, and education is our paramount concern. And I think this is a good place to start. Based on the numbers, we could conceivably do all day, every day with everybody, but I don't think we're quite ready for that, especially as long as some people insist on not masking up when they're in public. And it seems like some people take that as a point of honor rather than a point of pride in protecting others. So I support this plan. I think it's a nice conservative start, and I'll let somebody else do the talking now. Thanks, Arlen.
Thank you, Mike. Appreciate your comments. Once again, no rebuttal, no other comments. Janie is the next in the queue.
Thanks, Arlen. I'm going to go a little bit of a different direction, which won't surprise everybody, but I just do not believe we are in control, of control of any of this, and we have to be okay with that. We have to have a clear plan, which we have, and the governor has given us a clear plan. I really commend our administrators and everybody, because this takes a lot of work, so thank you. But, we are in hard times, and we do need to just know that COVID probably isn't going to go away. And we have hospitals and people and grocery stores all functioning. They're all trying to get back to work, trying to just live in the midst of all this. Yeah. So I was actually really excited to see the governor's recommendation, and it was on science and data, and I thought it was extremely fair and reasonable. So as I was out in the community this weekend, I had seniors coming up to me telling me to return the kids to school. I had the single mom with a, fifth grader telling me, no, I need my daughter in school. That's all I'm hearing right now. I know there's people out there, like Arlen had said, if people aren't comfortable sending their kids or working in this environment, I'm really happy to hear that we have options and that we're going to take care of them and have them be comfortable. But I was surprised when the recommendation came out, when I looked at the map and see that according to the governor's recommendations, again, based on science and data, we are supposed to be an in-person all students education right now in Goodhue County. Granted, that could change and we have to be flexible, but I think that that's what's best for our students right now. I'm happy. I think we should be doing that again. I think it's equitable. Again, it's what the governor recommended. It keeps 5th and 6th graders in school, which I think is really important. It keeps all of our kids in school. And as we talked about it at our workshop last week, it's what's best for students, and that's how I'm going to stand on it.
Thank you, Janie. Heidi, I guess you're next in the queue.
Okay, thank you. As usual, I have more questions. I haven't heard enough about special ed services delivery. What is our pre-K programming, if any? I wanted to hear a little bit more about approach to behavior and discipline under COVID times, because I think it should change. But we have the big structure to decide first. So I trust the staff. I know they've been working very hard in a very dedicated manner, and probably drinking from the fire hose to process a lot of things too. I still have some reservations about exposure and how we respond to that, whether students and staff in the exposure situation, and our response, because I feel like we're on the edge of, well, this could just shut down at any time and switch to distance learning. But I think that's just part of our reality now too. And I really respect family choices and staff choices, because they have a lot to deal with as far as the scheduling. I've heard a couple board members talk about evaluating our models or the decision-making timing. I thought my general expectation was that we would start with a base model, and that we're going to have to adjust as the superintendent let off, making a decision within 24 hours if our numbers change. So I think I don't expect to reconvene as a board to do that. I expect that we have those guidelines laid out from the governor, so that I expect our staff administration to be authorized to make those decisions for the sake of families. Kind of like a snow day. Unexpected circumstances happen, numbers changed overnight, and we're supposed to be working on a 2-week data trend when we make that decision. Which leads me to my next question actually, about if we decide something here tonight and something substantial changes prior to, through the month of August, prior to our proposed opening date now of September 8th, shouldn't we be making that decision permanent on September 8th minus 14 days prior to that? Because then we have 2 weeks of data of the latest data behind us when we make that decision. So I would like, I guess I'm not sure about how we're determining that decision-making point, because deciding everything tonight in cement, I get we need a direction, but I think I think we need to be flexible enough to understand that 2 weeks from now, it could be very different. I mean, I hope it isn't. I hope we continue the low trend that we've been experiencing. But I think we need to look into that a little bit too. So I know it's been hard to read the emails because everybody has a little piece of the truth for their situation and their families. And we've heard some concerns from staff, and I think we've answered a lot of questions. I think we still need to answer more. And I don't think we can over communicate. I'm gonna stand by this because I trust kind of where it's all kind of come together. And I realize there's issues, but we have to start somewhere. And I'm hoping that this is, I believe this is the best we can do at this moment. And I'm totally flexible about what we need to do going ahead too. So that's it for me.
Thank you, Heidi. Jim is next, I guess.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Holly will be online if she wants to speak after that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Was alluded to earlier, this is a decision that we're going to make tonight that some of the board members, the public, are going to like, and some are not. I mean, it's one of those tough situations where this was brought to us. It wasn't something that we came up with or developed ourselves. So we have to make what's best for everybody. So with that said, go forward. I've been kind of like Jeannie, been hearing from a number of people that e-learning just did not work out that well later on in the season. Probably in that later part of May or in May part, kids got disinterested and things weren't coming out from in certain areas. Some people were talking about. So I'm in favor of because our numbers are down. We're out here in rural Minnesota. Put the kids back in school. Let's get them back in school where many of them, the children and the parents, are saying they miss that interaction, they miss their friends, they miss that teaching, that one-on-one with their teacher. So I'm gonna. That's my position. Tonight we heard busing change. You can have half the people in a bus now. So if you have, Terry mentioned in the operations, you have 77 passenger bus, you have 38 people. Now with the 2 mile distance, that's going to change the numbers on the bus. I think parents and friends and neighbors, was alluded to earlier, are going to take their children to school without getting on the bus. That's just part of what we do here. Another thing I want to do is I want to talk about let's talk about Jefferson School before we make a decision based upon what the model is we're going to be, because I'm not really pleased with Mr. Patterson's way that we made that motion and took his proposal, and now he wants to get out of it. So I think we need to do that. I'm in favor of having him pay some money to offset our costs. I think the word Carson used was minimal, $100 out of public money that we just didn't spend because somebody changed their mind. It is a big deal. Could be thousands. So I want to have that conversation. The other thing, talk about, I got stuff written on, over scribbled down here. I talked to some people, the money to put into Jefferson was talked about earlier. Was also the overall cost was $875 last week. It's $905 or something, Mike said. Carson said in operations, that number is going to go up. No doubt about it. I'd like to see cost analysis things on what we're actually getting, what's costing us to do these things. And I thought we're pretty clear if we do the hybrid approach that we talked about that second assistant principal. I know they want it, but I think I've pretty much told them, find the money somewhere else, find it within your budget. But now here tonight we want to just put another one in there. So the last thing I'll get off here. The other question was asked by some people is, let's say we go to Open Jefferson and we hire these people, and now vaccination comes out, it basically gets down there to the numbers manageable. What do we do with the staff we just hired that are extra for this? So thank you for your time, and I'll wait to hear others.
Thank you, Arlen.
Thank you, Jim. Holly, it's your turn.
Thanks. I really appreciate everybody's comments. Actually, I kind of wanted to hear what the group was thinking. I'm not surprised by some of the stances. However, you're probably going to not be surprised by mine. I was pleased with the governor's decision. I thought that if he feels that districts, want to take some ownership in this, then we should go for it. That still doesn't mean I think we're ready to go back to school. I'm going to speak on the Jefferson thing really quickly. I was so excited to see our community come together. It was not only Mr. Patterson, but it was an outside donor and also the city who finally came to the table and said, this is something good for the neighborhood, the community. It didn't work. It cost money. Yes, I understand that, Jim. I think you're right. But it's turning into something that we may need. So, to me, do we continue to, go after it? I think the board can decide on that later. I'm concerned about little people walking to school. We've increased our busing 2 miles. So now we have little tiny people walking to school 2 miles. Kindergartners, first graders, leaving from their neighborhoods, going through hills and weather and terrain. And, that just opens up all kinds of worries for me. But it is what it is. We have the law of 2 miles. We haven't addressed special education at all. We had spent a tremendous amount of money on a survey and a study to see where we lacked. And we haven't asked for that position to be filled. We're still trying to fill the position at the high school, which is concerning to me because especially during this time, we need support for our special ed teachers and also for our students on IEPs. So I'd like to see that switch from the administrator going into the high school to be somebody in special ed that can help with that. And further, why wouldn't we take the person from Twin Bluff and move them to the high school and go in that direction? Because they're not going to need a principal and an assistant principal at Twin Bluff if they're just K-6, because the other schools don't have that. So that's another thought. I haven't heard from the teachers the way I would like to, and that concerns me. Admin. Admin said this, admin said that. No doubt they put a tremendous amount of time into this and thought, and what's missing is what the teachers are thinking. And I think that before I can feel comfortable about anything, I need to hear from that group. I've heard bits and pieces from different teachers calling and reaching out, but not like I would expect. So where is that voice? And lastly, I'm not willing to risk a child or a teacher or a para or a nurse or anybody for this. I'm just not willing to risk it. I come from a district where I happen to work. They're not starting back school. They're working on how to enhance our abilities to instruct online. So there are other options, and we were a school in the governor's little map that said we should be going back face-to-face. So there are other ways to think about this. I appreciate every parent that's reached out. I appreciate every person that's reached out with your heart to tell us what works for you. It didn't go unnoticed, but I'm not willing to risk a teacher or a child or a staff member or a family. That's where I stand.
Thank you, Holly. Appreciate your comments. Now, it's time to start figuring out what we're going to do from here. Carson, do you got some more comments, or would you like to address anything we said? Or I don't want it as rebuttal to anybody. I just, if you can clarify anything anybody had a question on, or.
Yeah, I do have one question. Sherry Johnson is on the line and can certainly provide some information about special education services if you'd like. And also Jess Whitcomb could certainly give more detail about the learning models that are included in the plans. Or I could go over some of just quick responses to the notes that I took.
Maybe if we could we have Sherry Johnson address special ed, what she can tell us about special ed at this time?
Good evening, everyone. So under the proposed model that's before you with K4 coming in every day and then 5 through 12 on the Monday, Tuesday, and then virtual the rest of the week, or the reverse of that, we are going to be taking our setting 1 and 2 students. So those are our students with special needs that have a lower amount of service during the day. So maybe they're in school, in service about half of the time, or maybe they're in service for only an hour. They will be pushed into gen ed classrooms full time, and we are going to be servicing them in those models. Now, we haven't had IEP meetings with our parents yet, and so that's our plan we're going to be proposing, and we may have parents that choose something different. But we think we can accommodate them and actually improve some of the models that we have. That also allows staff and students, at least in the K6 buildings, to have the least amount of interaction for exposure as we can possibly make it. And that's really important to us because we want to lower exposure so that if there is a positive case, we can just keep one cohort maybe home or address that. And so we certainly don't want kids going in and out of multiple classrooms and back and forth. So that was one of our goals. Our setting 3 students, which are students that have services throughout most of their day, will still be in a setting 3 room, and there will be a gen ed classroom that they will have access to because we still need them to have interaction with their gen ed peers. So we put a lot of time into thinking through that. We have put staff in each of the elementary buildings. If it goes forward, we have a proposal to do that that can address the student needs in those buildings with appropriate licensure and also with the time to do so. Are there other specific questions, or did that start? I will say that every student on an IEP, we will be holding IEP meetings with them in each of my districts once each district lands on what their starting model is. That's kind of what we're waiting for. And then there'll be IEP meetings that will really put in place what happens if the district is in distance learning, what happens if they're in a hybrid, and what happens if they're all in or things were more normal, if you will. Partly because we don't know how quickly we might have to shift between models, and we wouldn't have time for those meetings once the school year begins. Questions? Yes, Holly.
I'm on mute, I'm sorry.
Okay.
We got 3 people in the queue here, and I think Janie was first.
My question isn't for Sherry, though. You can go ahead, Holly, or whoever
Okay.
else.
Janie. Sherry, we can't say we're going to push kids into the classroom without having the IEP meeting first and determining if that's the best, least restrictive environment for them. So that blanket statement concerns me, and you and I can dialogue that on a different day. I don't even understand what you meant by it. That's not the director of special ed's decision. That's the IEP team's decision. So I'm not going to go any further on it, but it concerns me.
Right, and that's why I followed it up with, we will be having meetings with each parent because we'll have to individually look at that. But one of the options is to do that. There are some districts that actually start the year pushing in rather than pulling out to try to create try to access the gen ed curriculum in a more sound way. But it will be an individual meeting with every parent, just as I said. Any other questions for me?
Yeah,
Heidi was in line here.
Hi, Sherry. Did I understand? I read something about, and it made me think it was special ed, but it didn't really say it, about kids whose needs aren't getting met through distance learning might be able to have more in-person delivery of services within the buildings. Do you recall language like that, or am I just totally putting apples and oranges together here? So it made me think that, I know I've gotten feedback about this is really tough for a special needs child about, the lack of structure with distance learning and the changes and the delivery of services. And so I just wondered, what does this look like going ahead? Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. You're exactly right. In the MDE guidance, it talked about students with special needs, our EL learners, and other students who may be at risk, and bringing them in at a greater percentage if we can. It is something we might consider for some of our students based on those IEP meetings.
Okay. So that's still a work in progress then about
Yes.
identifying what that is and what it might look like and who's doing it and how, and okay. Okay, I know. I was like, wow, this is a huge challenge. And a follow-up question to that would be, you're managing 6 different districts who might all pick out a different plan depending on how they feel their local circumstances are, because the governor gave us that leeway even to say, if your county number is this, but
Sorry, can I cut in? I'm getting tons of text messages that the live streaming has ended. And so we may need to re-up that in order to make sure people can tune in.
Thank you, Jess. I was just hearing it on this end too. Is there a way that you think we can get our live stream back up? Jackie, or not Jackie, Lisa?
I wonder if it's something that it's timed out because we've been on for so long.
Okay, so one of them I just heard this one came on. I don't know if others are getting on or not.
Let's see. Okay.
Well, somebody got online to hear voices, no pictures.
Mr. Chairman, why don't we just why don't we just pause for about 5 minutes and see if we can get it hooked up?
Thank you. The chairman will make the decision to pause.
Somebody still got to stay on the picture, so I just say we pause and.
We're gonna take a 5-minute recess. It's 8:20.
Sounds good. Lisa said that the system crashed, and so she's rebooting it.
All right, thank you.
The stream is offline. It went to 1 hour and then it
one by one. Although I think parents want to know now. Do you have Charlie's number by chance?
Oh, nice.
We'll wait another 2 minutes yet. That'll be 5.
Hi, Lisa, can you hear me?
Okay, can we get an update here on where we're at here? Lisa, are you there?
I can update because Lisa's on the phone to talk to Kevin to make sure that we're fixing this.
Yep, they're still working on it.
All right, that's fine. The other part, it'd be nice if there's screens coming up, but I don't know if there's any way that we could do that. We're in a recess. If not, we'll just live with it.
What was your question, Arlen?
I'm wondering if there's any way we could get it on the screen. The school board is in a recess.
Oh, I see what you mean. Hold on.
Hey, sorry, this is Mike Pagel. Jess, could you throw up either a Word or a Google Doc and throw into presentation mode and just put that up that says that technical difficulties in a recess? That'd be the easiest way to do it.
Got it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin.
And then we can respond back to all the people texting us. I'll put it on Facebook.
Thank you, Janie. I'm here on my end here that there's communication with people saying things are blacked out, but sometimes the screen was coming up. If something would show, would be good. We're learning here.
We're learning, we're adapting. It's gonna be good.
The recess is continuing past 5 minutes.
Say, just to give you an update, the Google meeting is still going and it is being recorded. So right now we're just missing out on the live streaming.
I assume we should wait a little longer to see if we can get the live streaming fixed.
Yeah, it's going to take another 5 or 10 minutes.
Well, I guess that's my decision, huh?
Got the
We're
big
gonna-
power, Arlen.
What's that?
Got all the power tonight, man.
Yep, I guess I do. We got a screen here, technical difficulties, and school board is in recess. Let's continue for another 5 or 10 minutes, see if we can resolve this.
Okay, I'm gonna stop presenting. Lisa thinks that we're back on. She said we just have about a 10-second delay. Did that work? My presenting's off, correct? People give me a thumbs up. There we go. Okay.
Jess and Lisa, I tried pulling up the YouTube and all I get is a replay up to 2 hours.
That's what I just did too. I'm getting it off the link. Yeah.
Posted a second one into, followed by a different name, Redwood Community School Board meeting number 2, second half or something.
I assume we really cannot conduct a meeting if other people can't observe, so I think we're gonna have to hold back here yet until we figure this out.
Yeah, I agree. I think we need to wait here a little bit.
I did have one person say that they're back on,
Same.
so I don't know if that's true.
I did too. That's what I'm trying to look here.
Yep, now 3.
Yep. I think it's coming back. Anyone getting any updates? I've heard from half and half, and people are saying some are on, some are off.
Well, there's a YouTube number 2 available from Facebook, but when I click on the school board webpage, it brings us to the previous 2 hours.
Yeah, right underneath it, if you go back to the website where the click, right below it.
Here,
If you scroll down, there was a second one that said board meeting 2. I don't know, mine had it under Facebook.
Okay, so it is working with the new live stream. But we need to update the website with the
Yep,
new
there we
link.
go. That's what she needs to do.
Okay.
That's how I got it with the updated one on website, on Facebook.
Lisa is talking to Jill Rivard right now to get it updated on the website.
thank you.
So the beauty of our community is that I've had community members give me the link because of Facebook to now get updated for our website. So when we need to, we all come together. It's been great. So Arlen, the new link is up on our website, and I've gotten responses from people that everybody's up and going. You're on mute, Arlen.
All right, yeah, I was able to pull it up by going to the school Facebook site. But you can get it from our website now?
Yep.
Let me verify it here. If I can do it, then anybody can.
Yeah, I just did it from the website.
Looks like a different number there.
Nice work, Red Wing, that's for sure.
Well, I don't know, amazing, that way I didn't get it. So does everybody think we're up and running? I didn't pull it up from our school website there. Refresh.
Yeah, it worked when I went to the school website and clicked on the link.
It worked for me too, Arlen.
It looks like we're up to about 164 watching.
Oh, that's a good number. I think we're coming up here in mine. I've refreshed my page. Yep. I think we're good. I guess we'll have to find out what we have for board members here. We can reconvene. See, we got Carson, Jim, Heidi, Jeannie. All right, I think it is now 10 or 8:44, I believe, and we are reconvening. Do we have all board members here? Do I need to take a roll call?
I think that'd be a good idea.
Yep.
All right, I'm going to take a roll call. We'll start with Mike,
I'm here.
Janie,
Here.
Jim,
Still here.
Heidi,
Here.
Holly. I see her. And Arlen's here. All right, we're back in session. Let's go. Now, where were we? I got to get back to where we were. When we're ready, Janie has a question, but Sherry, were you answering a question first? Do you recall?
Yeah.
All right, we'll let you go here first.
Oh, I can't hear her.
Sherry, we're not hearing you.
I'll give it a call.
Okay, Sherry sent a message, go with Heidi first, so.
Well,
Janie had a question first. Was that for Sherry or who was your question for, Janie?
No, mine is for Carson or Jess.
Should we take it in order then?
Is that okay with others or?
Well, you were ahead of Heidi, I think.
okay.
Okay. That's okay. Okay. So I just want to bring us back to the secondary education right now. Again, okay, I understand your recommendation, but are we going to have any intention to going to full person, in-person learning if the levels stay the way they are? And can you tell us what, how that looks? And then will students have to social distance up at the high school? Because I know I've gotten some questions about that.
Yes.
So I
Carson,
can,
Carson, you're on mute.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I mean, our preference would be to have as many kids in person as possible, as long as they're safe. And, bringing all kids in at the beginning of the year or shortly after the beginning of the year is problematic because we would not be able to socially distance. And so then the risks increase, because of that. So that's one concern we have with social distancing. I will also say that, again, probably almost every high school in the state will have the same issue. So we're not alone there. Ideally, even if we started with hybrid for a couple of weeks, we can kind of iron out the processes and address the needed changes that we're going to have with a complete overhaul. And then we could make a decision as far as if we want to go in person, or distance, or just leave it as a hybrid. So, yeah. And again, the big things for me tonight would be, are we going to keep Jefferson School? Are we going to convert, 4 schools into neighborhood schools? Will the high school be 7 through 12? Are we going to have a block schedule at the high school? Those are the big things for me. Because making those decisions enables the administrative team to do the other work, and it's a lot of work has to happen after those decisions are made. Really, we have to look at those COVID counts on a weekly basis or every other week to decide what category we're placed in. And so we might be in a very different situation 2 weeks from now.
Right. No, and I understand that. I think it's good. I guess I just want to hear you, Carson, or whoever, like, again, if we're not, are we going to be going by the governor's, recommendations as far as numbers? Because if we're already starting not that way, like, how am I supposed to know as a parent and a board member when or how we're going to be shifting? Like, I like to hear that, okay, 2 weeks in, we may go to in-person learning if our numbers are the right way. But I really think we got to be concrete on that as far as a timeline. Again, this is not controllable. We have to just have a plan and stick to it to the most we can. So that's kind of where I'm going with, because, you know, I understand that it's fluid, but right now we're still not going by the governor's numbers. So how am I supposed to know in like a month or two that we're going to just decide not to go by them again?
Correct. And really, it's going to be up to what the board decides in terms of who makes the decision. What's recommended, you know, really, I think the school board should make the initial recommendation, you know, perhaps based on my recommendation, but they should make that decision. I do think that I should have the authority to move towards more distance learning, because that's when you need the quick response. If all of a sudden the county COVID numbers get a lot worse, then, you know, we may go from an in-person to a hybrid or even all to the way to a distance. And I don't think we'd want a special board meeting to do that. I think we would, you know, want me to do that in an overnight fashion. However, going the other way, you know, we could certainly consider having the school board make those decisions. You know, every 2 weeks, we meet twice a month. So that's a possibility. Or to give me a direction as far as what you want me to do if we could, you know, go towards more in-person learning.
Well, and I guess that's what I'm struggling with of, you know, so are you almost looking at the board to approve the governor's numbers, like the plan that he has? Because that's, I guess that's what I'm not hearing is concrete that yes, we're going to go by the governor's recommendations. I mean, I don't think the people on this board, and no offense to everybody else, but I know I'm not, like, we're not public health, you know, professionals. And so I'm very uncomfortable with the idea of even you or us kind of making up our own, you know, numbers or whatever. And I know that you're not saying that, but I think we just have to be very clear to the public of what we're going to do and what the numbers are so that there's no confusion about when numbers happen, this is why we're changing. This is why we're going to distance learning. This is why, you know, does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I totally understand that. And just to play the devil's advocate a little bit, you know, sometimes those numbers are going to be really close between one category and another. And so if we did kind of follow that categorization, we'd need to be prepared that, you know, there could be shifts from 1 week to the next and then back. You know, we might be jumping around a lot, you know, with that. And I'm okay with that, but I just want, you know, if that's what the board wants to do, then that could be one of the consequences.
Well, I'll maybe let others comment, but again, I think yeah.
Yeah, let's, I want to go to Heidi because I push her off and then we'll check and see if Sherry's tuned in and then Holly was next in the queue, I believe. Or actually, do you want, Sherry's here? She's got an answer on text.
Right. Sherry was in the middle of responding to one of my questions. So if we could just continue and wrap that up.
Wrap up, Sherry? Okay, go ahead, Sherry. Or are we just working off a text from you?
Oh, maybe she's.
Okay.
Okay.
If she comes on, fine, but I'm going to read this out of here. In answer to Heidi's question, once a district defines what each of the three scenarios looks like, there will be a need to amend each IEP or construct a new annual IEP with the parents to set forth any changes needed to provide FAPA in each scenario and provide these plans to parents to make sure that parents and school staff understand each set of the services and allow parents adequate time to review prior to the start of the school year. Each of my districts is creating different scenarios.
Okay.
And that is on your side here for the text or message there. You can read it too, Heidi.
Yep, I got it. Thank you.
Okay, does that take care of you for right now, Heidi? All right, we'll go to Holly next.
I just want to quickly say that this may be really straightforward for some people, but in response, Janie, I still think this is quite confusing. So your message about making sure we're, you know, clear or transparent, I'm the numbers. I mean, what is the point where we say nobody goes to school? Like, to me, the chance that one person could get it scares me to no end. So I'm not so sure on, to be really clear, is it, oh, if 10 people get it, we shut down? If, like, I'm confused because none of this makes any sense.
Is it okay if I respond real quick, Arlen, or do you wanna? I think you're saying yes, but just quickly, Holly, I'm just saying that parents need to know when numbers for our county go a certain way, that we're going a direction toward more distance learning or whatever it is. Like, I feel like the governor's recommendations were very clear as far as numbers of which direction we go for the scenarios. So I want parents to know and be very clear that there's no, question about why we're making decisions the way we are, or why Carson is deciding to go a certain way. I mean, obviously every person's health is very important. And again, everybody has different experiences and comfort levels. So that's not at all what it is. It's more of what are our county numbers, which are fact, and let's make the decisions off of those so that there's no discrepancy on which numbers we're using or which way we're going. Arlen, you're on mute, I believe.
There we go. Famous mute. Let's go ahead with Mike then.
Thanks. I think that the schedule that's been presented to us is like I said, a conservative entry point, and we've got a low amount of cases in Goodhue County, so that's a good thing. Low enough, in fact, to possibly open person to all day, every day in school. But what I believe Carson was saying is that we don't have the space to socially distance if we have everybody in school all day. And so that's one reason for this schedule. It also provides the most potentially consistent model of going to school, depending on how the numbers start changing. I don't expect an explosion in cases in Goodhue County, but I do expect them to continue to be at least where we are. I think we're a conscientious community. I think that people are taking good care to protect themselves and others by wearing masks where they go. But like Carson said, the main point of this discussion and this meeting is so that we have the new schedule that will respond more quickly to what happens. We will have the realignment of our schools going into neighborhood schools rather than the learning centers. And so that I think you need to take that into consideration, Janie, for the ability to respond quickly to changes, but we still just don't have the space for the old school schooling. Is that correct, Karsten?
Well, yeah, if I could just say two things. Yeah, we don't have the space in the high school to have traditional schooling where kids are socially distanced. I mean, that's just impossible, and has been impossible and will be impossible. But I think probably what Janie is looking for is, are we stuck in hybrid forever? Or, when would we go to in-person learning? I think that's Janie's question. And so, I'll throw out a couple of possibilities. Theoretically, we could start in hybrid, and then on September 7th, 14th, or 21st, we could review that again to decide if we're ready to go to in-person learning, like the 21st or the 28th, something like that. Is that what you're kind of looking for, Janie?
Well, I think, yeah, I mean, it's a couple of things. Number one, we have to have a plan for when we're going in between. As of right now, I mean, we're already not following what the governor's recommendations are, and that's fine because it is a recommendation. But I'm just saying, when we go back and forth with anything with the secondary, you know, we're going to have a level that Karsten has already predetermined when we make changes. That shouldn't be on his shoulders or our shoulders to just decide what those, like, what the county numbers are. And then secondly, yes, you know, I felt like the perception to me looking at the plan was that we had no intention to go back to in-person learning in the secondary. I'll just be really that way. And so I just want to know that there is a plan and intention to go back to in-person learning for the secondary students, and sooner than later if our numbers stay low in Goodhue County.
Okay, I put my hand up here, so I'm gonna put mine out. I take issue with us not following the governor's directive. The governor's directive was you could consider having full school for your students if your district was capable of doing it and you wanted to. I question whether we have the space and the ability, busing and everything else to meet those needs. He was very specific that if your school district can't meet those needs, when he had his press conference, you will maybe opt for something less than that. So in my, this plan does follow it, but I also would like to see us reevaluate if we do go with the hybrid. I would like to see us reevaluate at a certain amount of time and see where we're going. I want to see some certainty for our students that, oh, we're going to start this way and in 2 weeks we're going to switch out of it. I think we have to make a longer commitment if we're going to do this and give some certainty to the homes. And that's where I threw out earlier that the idea of maybe changing at the end of the first quarter by evaluating ahead of it, if we could do that. I don't know how much time we need to evaluate, whether we have the staff and the transportation and everything to open things up the rest of the way, if that's what we decide. So thank you. Next we have Heidi on the queue.
So it's not that straightforward, because the governor also said if your county numbers rise, that still may not impact your school district, because a school district on the far end, that community might be experiencing an outbreak and we're static here, which is good news for Red Wing, so we wouldn't have to change. So I want to be careful to say just because the county numbers change doesn't mean that our plans will change, because it is a very localized decision. So I mean, I think we need to be real careful of those parameters when we communicate to the public. But I understand your need I was looking for a daily briefing. I assume we're monitoring that 2-week trend that's behind us so that we can plan appropriately moving ahead. And I don't think we can make any guarantees about anything, because it's all just so fluid depending on the course of where science takes us and hopefully a response of a vaccine at some point. But I think we just need to be wading into the water here, but certainly communication is key, but I think the community and the families have to understand that we're doing the best we can, but it's just fluid. Every 24 hours could be a different number in a different scenario. And that's not encouraging, I guess, when you're trying to make a family plan, but I think it's our reality right now.
Okay, I'm going to go with Jim here on the queue next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Whatever's decided tonight, and we need to move along here because we're beating it pretty good. We cannot just suddenly change for the family's sakes from one model to the next in a 24 or 48 hour. This will probably be more disruptive than a decision, whatever we make tonight. If you're into hybrid and you can go in-house or in learning in 24 hours, that would be probably confusing. Or if you're going from in-learning to hybrid to e-learning within 24, 48 hours, this would be even more trying and more confusing for people. And so either come up with a decision tonight, stick with it for a while, see what the numbers are, because we're only August 3rd. We're 4 weeks away or more before we start school. Who knows what can change the next 28, 29 days. So but we can beat this forever, and we'll probably rehash it again in 2 weeks anyway as we get more information or more information is presented itself?
Yeah, I will say that I really do think we need to pivot quickly if there's an outbreak, for example, in our high school. If we suddenly see cases affecting, let's say, dozens of kids, then I think it's our obligation to go to a more restrictive environment. So if we were in person and that happened, then I think there's a good chance that I would, say we need to go distance, until we stabilize the situation, until we address, the cleaning and the contact tracing and everything. But going the other way, to more in-person learning, I agree with you, Jim, that, we need to take our time and make sure that we do that in the right way, at the right time.
Yeah, I wasn't really getting on if we have an outbreak of COVID. I mean, that's a no-brainer.
Right.
But if you're all of a sudden you're going to have one model and you want to, okay, it's working well this week, 7 days later or 14 days later, let's switch to another model. That's just more confusing and more problematic, I can see, for families.
Yeah, no, I agree with you there. We don't want to be going back and forth, frequently.
Yeah. And I think that the model that's presented gives the greatest flexibility to go either direction, and with the most seamless interruption. The kids will be learning long distance. They'll be learning in the classroom. So it gives them both experiences. And if I don't expect, like I said, a huge surge, but if it does surge, then we have people with more familiarity with the distance learning. But the in-person learning is still going to be difficult because of the social distance aspect and busing, etc. That's all. Thanks.
That's good.
Okay, I think, Heidi, did you have your name in after Mike again?
No, I'll just let my comment stand there. It was just a comment that I came across on how they came together with the 24-hour response.
Okay. Well, if we're talk this out a little bit, it's time for some decisions of what we can agree on and what we can't agree on. I'm going to put this out here. We have several motions proposed for Jefferson School, and I don't know where we're sitting on. Are we at a point that we are ready to consider having school in Jefferson this year? So I'm going to put it out. There's three possible motions there. One's motion to terminate purchase with Patterson, another one to terminate the purchase with the city of Red Wing, the third one to configure the elementaries in K through 6 at Sunnyside, Burnside, Jefferson, and Twin Bluff. If anybody's ready to make a motion on any of them, I suspect we would have a majority vote on that, but I could be totally wrong.
Well, I'll kick things off. I move to terminate the purchase agreement with Jim Patterson for the sale of a portion of the Jefferson School site.
Mike will second.
Is there any discussion on it? Just to stir it up, I'm going to put this out. Regardless of what happens, the agreement is basically terminated, so it really doesn't shed a lot of light on anything.
Right.
Any more discussion?
Just makes it official.
Well, if I may, Mr. Chairman, yeah, I understand, but we didn't have the proper stuff in there. We should be getting some dollars back from the costs that we incurred to get that. So I understand what you're saying. It doesn't mean he shouldn't walk away without any cost to, or nor should we be bearing a cost for something that we figured in good faith to have sold it. So I'll let stand at that.
Okay, any more discussion? We have a motion on the table to, and a second to terminate the purchase agreement of Jim Patterson. Okay, I'll do a roll call. I gotta find my roll call sheet here. We'll start with Heidi, I believe.
Aye.
Holly,
Aye.
Arlen, aye. Mike,
Aye.
Janie,
Aye.
and Jim.
No.
Okay, it's the vote, motion passes, 5-1 with Jim voting no. Next, does anybody want to make the next one, which would be terminate a purchase agreement with the city of Red Wing
I'll make that.
for Jefferson School property? Mike's
Please
making the
announce.
motion,
Thank you.
Second.
Holly, okay.
second by Holly. Any discussion? I will put out that it appeared the city of Red Wing voted to terminate that agreement last Monday in the city council packet. I did not see the council action, but it was on their agenda to terminate it. So if it is, that one will clear up the rest of the way.
Yeah, it did pass at the city.
Okay, any more discussion on the motion to terminate the purchase agreement between the city of Red Wing and us on Jefferson School?
Arlen,
Oh, Holly has one. I just have a comment.
Go ahead, Holly.
if we ever get in a situation like this again, I hope that we can come together quicker to work with the city than later. This should be our template for, let's not waste time. Let's work together.
Okay, any
That's
more?
right.
Go ahead, Janie.
That's also what I was gonna kind of say, and then just make sure again with Jim's comments, I feel like next time we go through this again, we just gotta put some safeguards on our time and our administrators' time and all the work that's been put into these things the last couple of years. So, we learn, but I'm still really disappointed with how it all ended.
Any more discussion?
But it's working out okay for us.
What's that, Mike?
But it's working out okay for us in a way, conceivably, potentially. That's all.
All right, any more discussion? If not, I'll do the roll call. We'll start with, I believe it's Holly.
Aye.
I vote aye. Mike,
I vote aye.
Janie,
Aye.
Jim,
Aye.
and Heidi.
Aye.
That passes 6-0, unanimous. Then, now we could get interesting. Is there a motion to configure Sunnyside and Jefferson School and Twin Bluff grades K through 6 and high school serve 7-12? I'm not sure if that was actually worded in the, it's motion 3 here. I should read the exact wording. If anybody wants to follow it, I'm going to read a proposed motion. I move to configure Sunnyside Elementary School, Burnside Elementary School, Jefferson Elementary School, and Twin Bluff School to serve students in grades K through 6, and Red Wing High School to serve students in grades 7 through 12. Does anyone want to make that motion or any other motion?
I'll make that motion. Heidi Jones.
Mike will second.
Okay, it's moved by Heidi, seconded by Mike to configure Sunnyside Elementary, Burnside, Jefferson, and Twin Bluff for grades K through 6 and the high school for 7 through 12. Now we're ready for discussion. Janie would like to speak, it looks like.
Actually, Holly was before me. So she
Oh,
can
I'm
go.
sorry. I gotta look at her. I will take Holly next first then.
Thank you, Arlen. Carson, quick question. If teachers need more time to pack up their classrooms and move, will they get a stipend or extra pay?
Well, it depends on the school calendar. The proposed calendar that we'll talk about in just a couple minutes does move some days to the 2 days before school. It's like August 18th and 19th, I think. And so that would be time dedicated for moving and for preparing for classes. So right now that's the plan. And of course we'll have custodians. We'll have, I think, some volunteers who can help with that moving. So I don't think they need more than 2 days.
They're losing 2 days of prep time though. Teachers that are losing those 2 days to prep. that the other teachers that don't have to move will get?
Correct.
Right. So I think it's only fair that if they need extra time to get it.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's a significant cost to that. And I would guess that a lot of the teachers who don't need to move are going to be helping their colleagues. I mean, that's my assumption. Others had to move last spring or early summer, like within buildings. We've moved teachers back and forth before. And so, you know, I think it's good that we provide those 2 days of time so that they can, you know, move those items, but I don't think we should pay for that time in addition to that.
I disagree. I think that they should be compensated in some way. Like I said, they're losing out on 2 days of prep to get prepared for this move that we're making. So I just want that on the record that fair.
Is it okay to go, Arlen? I think you're nodding, but I just need to hear, Kirsten, before I agree to moving 7 through 12 together, I need to be confident and know that we have the space to actually have 7 through 12 there, because I feel like there's been some misconceptions, or, you know, maybe I'm not hearing it right, but when I asked it last month, you know, brought my concerns up about 7 through 12, originally I was told that we had enough room and everything would be fine. So I just need to hear that is, just tell me that about 7 through 12, that we have the space or there are still concerns.
You know, we do have the space, but like other high schools in the state, you know, we don't have enough space to do social distancing with or without 7th grade in the high school. But George, I think, is still on the line, and so perhaps he can give some more details, because I think that's a really important question.
Yeah, we do have space, and it's going to be tight, obviously, but we can make it happen. We can make it happen. Particularly in the hybrid model, that shouldn't be an issue.
Okay, thank you, George.
Okay, any more discussion on the motion to reconfigure the elementary schools?
Just a question I have, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Jim.
Is there a minimum time frame? Are we looking at 1 year if everything's under control? Or you're just going to play it by ear?
Yeah, that's a good question. Right now, the way the motion is worded, you know, we would implement it for this year, and it could go on longer than that. I would assume that, you know, next spring, as we plan for the 2021-2022 school year, that we'll need to revisit this issue.
Yeah, it doesn't say a time frame on there, even though what you say what the motion is. So
right.
Thanks.
Yes, the motion, the way it is worded, does not put a timeline on it. So.
Well, it does
discussion?
one school year, doesn't it?
What's that, Janie?
If I'm reading it correctly, it does say for the 2021 school year at the beginning of all the recommendations. Just so.
Well, I'm reading item 3. I move to configure Sunnyside Elementary School, Burnside Elementary School, Jefferson Elementary School, and Twin Bluffs School to serve students in grade K through 6 and Red Wing High School to serve students in grades 7 through 12. And there's no time on that motion.
Yeah, I think what Janie's talking about is on the previous page under the title recommendations. It talks about for the 2020-21 school year. So I see the potential conflict there.
Right. It says effectively implement reopening plans for the 2021 school year. So it does limit it to that.
Well, I guess everybody shall decide if you need more clarity or not.
If it would be provide more clarity, because that's my intention or understanding, this is for 1 year only. So I would add or stipulate additionally on this motion then that I made that it is for the 2020-2021 school year. Mike, will you agree to that amendment or change?
I would totally agree to that amendment because that's what it says in the original.
Has clarity, okay. I hope we're all right on parliamentary procedure and doing it that way. If everybody's good with that change to vote on it?
Yep.
That's fine.
Yep.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna read the motion one more time with that clarifying part in there, and then to open up discussion one more time if necessary. So it's I move to configure Sunnyside Elementary School, Burnside Elementary School, Jefferson Elementary School, and Twin Bluff School to serve students in grades K through 6, and Red Wing High School and serve students in grades 7 through 12 for the 2020-21 school year. Any more discussion? If not, we'll take a roll call.
Holly has something.
Oh, Holly does, sorry. I gotta read better here. Go ahead, Holly.
Really quick, I'm going to be voting no. I think that it's very advantageous, and I loved growing up in a neighborhood school, but I'm going to be voting no on this because I think the cost is going to be enormous, and I fear for the future.
Okay, any more discussion? If not, we'll take the vote. My turn first. I vote aye. Mike?
Mike votes aye as well.
Janie?
Aye.
Jim?
Same reason, no costs.
No for Jim. And Heidi?
Aye.
Holly?
No.
Okay, it passes 4-2 with Jim and Holly voting against that motion.
Correct. Okay.
All right, then we will go see where we can head after that, if anything. Next item on this list here is to implement a two-tier bus system and set the no bus zone for all students at 2 miles. And I assume that's for the 2020-2021 school year.
Yes, it is. Although the thinking is that after we start the year with transportation, if we have some space on those buses, I'd like to lower that no bus zone, during the year. So, and we do that typically, we set the walking zone or the no bus zones, and then we, when we can fit kids in, we do it. So with that caveat, I guess it would just be for the 2021 school year.
So that is the proposed motion. Is there anyone that would like to do that, or would you like to pursue something else here?
I would like to note one thing, just to make sure everything's on the table here, is that, we can only put up to 50% capacity on the buses, so that's about 38 kids. Right now, we're running at about 30 kids for most of the routes, but there are some routes that are more than 30 because they have siblings, on the routes as well. And that's assuming that so many kids at the high school are not going to be riding the bus, et cetera. The other way to get down to 30 kids a bus is that we had to do the staggered start times. And we're still kind of finalizing that. But right now it looks like the starting times for elementaries would be just before 8 o'clock. And the starting times for the high school would be right around 9 o'clock. So I just wanted to make sure that was out there. I was really hoping not to have to do that, or not to do either one of those. This one really hurts. The no bus zones at 2 miles and then staggered start times. But it was two of the things we had to do to get our bus counts down.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Holly, were you in on this one again here, I think? Or was that from before?
Was I in on this?
Did you ask to speak?
No, that was from before.
That was from before. Okay, thank you. Mike, I believe,
Yes,
has
thanks.
his hand up, and I'm going to put mine next.
So again, we'll be giving Karsten and the administration the ability to adjust bus scheduling and distances as we find out how many people are on our buses. Again, we're being very flexible. It's what we have to do. The 2 mile zone is long. We'll have to see how it works. I mean, we're working with what we have. We're playing the cards we're dealt, and I think that this plan is really it's really well thought out, and I really appreciate the administration's efforts to make lemonade out of these lemons that we've been dealt. So that's all. Can I make the motion to approve the busing changes?
Well, you can if you decide to do it. Are you saying you're making the motion, or are you just asking?
I'm going to do it, Alan.
All right.
Right now.
Mike's making a motion to implement a 2-tier bus system and set the bus zones for all students at 2 miles. Is there a second?
Heidi Jones will second.
Moved by Mike, seconded by Heidi. I was here to just make a comment earlier. Last year when we were talking school block schedules, high school schedules and everything else, one of the things that students were citing in studies and other people also is the later start time for our high school students. So this actually works into that. It doesn't necessarily help the elementary. They're still starting at 8 in the morning, but it seemed just a comment, so.
Yeah, and just to clarify the start time for the elementaries, I know it's going to be a little bit before 8 o'clock. Might be 7:50 or 7:55, but if we do it at that time, then we'll be providing breakfast at that time. So, just to make sure that we're all on the same page.
Okay, once again, there's a motion on the table and a second. Any more discussion?
I guess just a comment, and I know the details will come later, but I think we really need to make another great effort to help with school patrols and neighborhood groups of helping kids walk to school. And I know others will be on this, but I just want the public to hear and parents that this will be the time to start working together to help each other. So
yeah, that's
it's really
great.
hard to do that, but I just think we're going to have to, people need to ask for help. Please reach out to me or others. And we just have to do that if this is going to be how we get our kids to school. So
right, it has the potential to really bring people together, and yeah, good, Janie. I'm glad you're taking charge of that.
I think I like Mr. Chairman. I like the idea that we'll revisit it shortly after. I think Terry mentioned that in operations, and Carson just did. So it needs to be revisited once the numbers stabilize on the bus routes. So
Arlen?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, I just want to quickly make a comment that volunteers have to go through a background check. So I just want to know who incurs that cost.
Yeah, if there's a program run by the school and it's a volunteer, then the school would pay for the background check.
How much do those typically run?
Oh, it changed a couple of years ago. I'm going to say, I don't even want to say a number because I don't know for sure. I really don't know, but I'm guessing maybe $20.
Okay, so it's not astronomical, and it's something that we have to do. Okay, $8 for a volunteer screen. Thank you, Jackie.
And I thought it was pretty low.
Jackie was on the call and she said $8 for a voluntary screen.
Yeah, that's awesome. So I just want that to be out there in terms of setting up volunteer situations. If it's school sanctioned, that's part of the package.
if it's school sanctioned, right?
All right.
Yeah. I mean, neighborhoods are going to be able to do that on their own between parents also.
Yep. That's totally.
Yeah. I just want to clarify that. Thanks, Holly.
Yeah. If they wear a school patrol vest, that's different.
All right. Do we have any more discussion? If not, I'm going to try to read this to me right here. The motion was to implement a two-tier bus system and set the no bus zones for all students at 2 miles.
Sounds good.
And for the 2020-21 school year, I believe. Is that correct?
Correct.
Any more discussion? If not, we'll take the vote. Okay, we'll take the vote and we'll start with Mike.
I say yes.
Janie,
Aye.
Jim,
Aye.
Heidi,
Aye.
Holly,
No.
and the chair votes aye, so it passes 5-1 with a no from Holly. Next on here, I'm going down the sheet here. It says fully implement one-to-one technology initiatives for all K through 12. Do we need a motion on that, or are we already there, or?
You know, we're gonna do it regardless of the motion, but I thought it was a good thing just to put out there so that we're all on the same page, that it will happen, that we're gonna set up the policies and procedures to make it happen, you know, allocate personnel time to make it happen. And it's just a good show to the community that it is happening. You know, even now I'm hearing questions about parents buying their own Chromebooks and computers. And so I thought, let's put it out there and make it crystal clear to everyone.
And does that help with receiving money? Because some of those monies are have strength tied to technology initiatives to offer equitable access. So maybe that just affirms when you put in for those grants or accept that money that the board did approve a one-on-one initiative. It's just, there's no question.
Yeah, possibly. I guess I don't know the specs of the grants, but it's certainly possible.
Okay, Janie was waiting to speak here.
Yeah, I just had a question. So are we not going to allow students to bring their own Chromebook?
Yeah, we've talked about that internally a couple of months ago, and at that time, our preference is to issue district Chromebooks, but I need to circle back with the technology team to make sure that's still the recommendation. I will tell you the thinking behind it is that we want to be able to maintain those Chromebooks. We want to go through our filtering programming here at the school. We want to be able to access everything we need to access to make sure that our kids are safe with what they're doing. So right now that's the plan, but I really do need to circle back with the tech team on that for sure. Unless Mike can speak to it right away. I know he was on the call earlier.
Still there.
Yep, I'm still here. Yeah, I don't know that I want to speak to that quite yet. I think that some of that is still some discussion that we are kind of working through is what the parameters are going to be around one-to-one versus bring your own device. But I can say the early thinking is that our goal would be to provide each student with a device, one that is then able to be maintained by the school district, two that is able to access the full Red Wing Public Schools Wi-Fi network, whereas any device brought in is able to access only the guest network. So this speaking for in-school services, and that could limit what students are potentially able to access. But that is all conversation that's still ongoing.
Well, and just so people know, I probably won't be able to support this with that one-to-one. I just feel like this is a cost savings opportunity that we have here, and I know we want every child to have technology, and that is an important thing. But again, my opinion here is that this could be a cost savings opportunity when we have when there is a large number of people that already have theirs and different things. So I just want to be really clear about about that, just so you know where I'm at. And it's not, I understand the intentions, but again, this is an area that we could be doing some cost savings.
Okay, I put my name in. I got a question here. When we say fully implement a one-to-one technology initiative, is that saying that we are using school computers, or is this that everybody has access to a technology?
The way I take the actual motion is that this would guarantee that every student has access to technology. So I think it's a separate issue if there's a requirement that kids have that school-issued Chromebook. As Mike and I keep working on policies and handbooks, we can certainly address it there, and we're planning to run that through the board as well.
Okay, and you're preferring a motion on this thing of some type? Does anybody want to do something?
Again,
Sure,
Well,
Heidi
we
Jones
have-
will make the
I was gonna
motion.
say, okay,
Oh, I'm sorry.
no,
Jim?
that's okay. No, that's, I was just gonna say, I think we have a lot more questions and stuff. Okay, do we need to do this one tonight? Can we just wait 2 weeks? Or just wondering, because Janie brings up some questions about, kids have their own, can they bring that, what's our policies? It says, policies and procedures are being developed. So until they're developed, why don't we just wait?
Yeah, we don't need to have the motion approved at all, and certainly not tonight. So if the board would like to wait a couple of weeks, that's no problem.
Holly wanted to speak.
I agree with Jim and with Karsten. Just thinking about the liabilities of what's on people's personal computers and what the district has access to block or not block, and the can of worms that could open up. So I'd like to see the policies first, but I do agree with Karsten. We just have to make sure everybody has access to technology. Now, whether or not they bring it from home, that's a bigger discussion. It's two
Well,
separate.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Holly, but I'll make a motion to table that if that is appropriate at this point.
I'll second that.
Okay, so there's a motion to table the fully implement one-to-one technology initiative for the K-12 students. And a second motion by Janie, second by Holly. You motioned to table. Did you set a timeline on it, or what do you mean by table? Normally you table to a certain time,
Table until
or the next meeting, or
I think until policies and procedures have been fully developed.
Yeah.
And I would, if we could add maybe when you're looking at policies and procedures.
There's no debate on the tabled motion, so, or even
But just-
comments. You just gotta vote it up and down, so.
so we have, technically all we have is a motion to table.
Yeah.
Table can be brought back at any time, tabled motion can be.
Okay, there's no discussion. You're probably correct. I appreciate the parliamentary advice here. So we'll have a vote. The first vote will be, I believe it's Janie.
Yes,
Okay. Jim?
Jim?
He's frozen.
Did we lose you, Jim?
Is he frozen?
Yeah, he looks frozen.
He's faking it.
Yeah, he's just, yeah.
I hope he gets back on here. I'm gonna skip over Jim for right now. So we got Janie, Heidi,
Aye.
Holly,
Aye.
chair votes no. Mike?
I will vote no as well.
Okay, I think Jim's back here. Mike, or not Mike, Jim, do you want to vote on the motion here to
I
table?
don't know what happened, but I vote aye.
Okay, I pass this 4-2 with Arlen and Mike voting no.
Got it.
All right. This doesn't say a motion, but it needs approval for a revised school calendar for the 21 school year.
And I'd like to make some changes to the proposed calendar. I moved a spring break from the original calendar that was approved to the end of March. We were thinking that that might be a better week to have spring break because it narrows the time from that spring break until the end of the year. That's what our thinking was. But there are parents and staff members who've already made plans based on the calendar that we approved in January. And so what I'd like to propose is this calendar, but we would move spring break, or we keep spring break on from March 1st through March 5th. That was the original calendar. And then we would have a no student, no staff day on that Good Friday, which is April 2nd. And then we'd convert the staff development day on February 19th to a student day on the same day.
What's your thought? Anybody want to make a motion to that effect?
I have a question first.
Go ahead, Heidi.
Okay, Carson, can you speak a little more directly to the shift in the teacher workshop days? I kind of was trying to track, and now you've made some shifts. We added 2 days in August for just the reality of moving things. And then did we give up the teachers, did we have to give up some teacher work days during the year to make this balance out, or what's the effect there? I'm a little concerned about that.
Yeah, the changes that I just suggested, as far as, spring break and stuff, would be neutral. So that wouldn't change the number of student days, which is the important thing. But to get those 2 days in August, what I did is extend Christmas vacation so that it's a full 2 weeks. Before we had students there on the December 21st and December 22nd, which is not the ideal situation for student contact, I will tell you. And so because a lot of people are going to be moving around, that's why I suggested moving those to August 19th and 20th. The other thing, though, is that I put those days there just as a marker so we could keep track of how many teacher duty days there are, essentially. And, there are teachers who've already made plans on those days, doctor's appointments or whatever it might be. And so we would have, flexibility as far as when people could put in that time. They will put in the time, but it just might not be on those 2 days. And they'd work with the principals to figure that out.
Okay, my main concern was, we're still trying to get better at delivering distance learning away anytime soon, whatever form or method it looks like. And social emotional components, not only for the students, but for the staff in addressing student needs. Do staff need some time to decompress under certain, just take time to reflect about how it's going, what else do I need? I just wanted to be sure that we were considering those pieces.
Yeah, those are all incredibly important pieces. And, one thing that moving more days, in August is just to give more time to teachers and professionals and others to get their work life settled in the buildings, in their classrooms, and then more days to prepare for the beginning of the year. So there are definite negatives to having so many days before the first part of the year. Research shows that it's better to have staff development days throughout the year so you can focus on the same topic multiple times. But we're in special circumstances, and so we thought it'd be better to put more days, before the start of the school year.
Sure. Okay. Thank you.
Mike, you're next.
Yeah, I was wondering about the let me bring it up here. The 2 weeks for Christmas, that's a long time, longer than I can remember the district having. And it seems like you could stop school on the 23rd, or how many fewer days are our students in school under this schedule than the previous schedule?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked that. It would go from 172 days to 170 student days.
So that's not huge, but I would think that you would be able to stop school on the 23rd rather than the 18th, get a little bit more education going on, or at least teacher professional development. And as far as spring break, I understand people make plans, but I understand that plans get interrupted quite easily these days. But still, to make people comfortable with where they are, I guess I'm not opposed to that. But I don't think we need to have 2 weeks at Christmas. That's just my opinion. That's a lot of things.
One thing that the administrative team discussed is if we're in hybrid model for a good portion of the year, and I hope we're not, but if we are, it would be beneficial to have more 5-day weeks because then each cohort would be physically present 2 days each week. If we have too many short weeks, then it's all over the place. Yeah.
I wasn't thinking of the split up week.
Yeah.
So, okay then.
All right, next we have Holly.
Thanks, Arlen. You know, I feel like there's a lot of doublespeak again. Well, we have to do this because we have to make changes and people had plans, and I'm not feeling equitable in any of these decisions that we're making. I'm feeling like it's fitting certain people and it doesn't feel right. So how do we know teachers didn't have plans on the 19th and 20th of August or the 18th and 19th? And we just dropped those on them. So none of this works in a way that we can make decisions just like that. The calendar committee spent how much time working on this? Like 6 months?
A lot.
Yeah.
We spend a lot of time on these calendars, and I greatly value their work. I've been a superintendent for about 20 years, and I've always recommended what the calendar committee recommended. But one thing I really think we need to start after Labor Day, just because we need as much time as possible to be ready for the beginning of the year. So I think that's really important. If we, to be fair to those people who did make plans, I do think it's a good thing to keep spring break where it was originally planned, because people did make adjustments in their lives, spent money on tickets or whatever case may be. So I guess that's my view. We did, as I said, we'll be as flexible. We'll be flexible with those days on August 19th and 20th, so that if people did have plans there, that we'll make adjustments and work with them to make it right.
So they don't have to take a sick day or a personal day? Is that what I'm hearing you say?
You mean for the 19th and 20th? Or I'm not sure what you mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, for example, if we have a teacher moving, classes or even schools, we're hoping that most of those folks will move on the 19th and 20th. But if they have a conflict for some reason, we could do it another day that week, or, set up another time so that, they don't have to use personal leave or something like that, like you said.
Okay, that's the voice I needed to hear.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I really, really with every decision we're making, well, I got to tell you this I'll keep this real short. but I read an article this morning saying how everything seems wrong about reopening schools. And, you know, it doesn't feel right to make kids wear masks, but it also doesn't feel right to let them run around, you know, the classes without masks. And you can do that about every decision that we're making. You know, it feels wrong, you know, with everything we're doing, but there is no right. There is no plan that's perfectly equitable, that's perfectly fair, that, you know, provides an easy way to a great education. And so, you know, this is one of those examples where, you know, I don't like making changes in the calendar, but I think we're really trying to do what the best thing is considering the circumstances.
As long as we are honoring every voice, and sometimes the ones that don't enter the room.
Yeah, and we should always try to do that with every decision we make.
Correct. And I'm not so sure it's happening. But this situation, what you just said to me about the 19th and 20th, that works.
Does anyone want to make a motion here on the school calendar?
Mike will take a dip and make that motion.
And Mike, am I assuming that it's the calendar as amended with the moving or keeping spring break at the first week of March, keeping, or Good Friday said no student, no staff day, and then also converting February 19th to a student day?
Sure. Yep.
Jim will second.
Moved by Mike, seconded by Jim, to approve the revised school calendar. And everybody has the dates. If I didn't write them down, everybody okay with that motion? If so, I'm going to open it up for discussion if there is any. And
I'll just say, Mr. Chairman, down the road, I wouldn't mind being on the calendar committee. I got a couple thoughts, or sharing with whoever's on it. So.
Okay, any more discussion? If not, I think we all know what we're voting on. I'll start with the vote with Jim.
Aye.
Heidi?
Aye.
Holly?
Aye.
I vote aye. Mike? You're on mute, Mike. Mike, you're on mute. He's giving me a thumbs up. I'm going to accept that. Not sure what happened. Oh, there he is. And Janie.
Aye.
I asked you already, Jim, didn't I? Yeah.
Yes.
I can say aye again if you want.
Well, you can say aye. You only get one count though, so that passes 6-0, I believe. How's everybody doing here? Do we want to keep grinding this thing out? We still have.
Once you hit the hot spots, once you hit the big ones, that's got to be done, and it's coming up to 4 hours.
Maybe we should pitch a tent.
I'm wondering, what we got left here is 4-block schedule at the high school. Authorize in-person learning for students in K through 4. Initial hybrid learning for students 5 through 12. Authorize superintendent institute more restrictive learning. And authorize hiring of personnel to fully implement fall reopening, including all the different people. Are we up to continuing on and do this tonight, or do we need to look at doing a second meeting to finish up?
We should do the 4-block schedule, and then we should decide on which, if any, personnel we should go ahead and hire.
Is everybody up for that?
Yeah, we got to get it done.
We've
got to get it done.
Better than coming back.
Does anybody feel we need a recess at this time? I didn't hear anything, so let's keep going.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to implement the 4-block schedule at the high school.
Mike will second.
Okay, moved by Jim, seconded by Mike to implement a traditional 4-block schedule at the high school. Any discussion?
Well, in the future, I would just like some information, Karsten, on kids that had already signed up for study hall. And I don't need it right now, but just in the future, I'm sure if you can present what that's going to happen with.
Sure.
Kids did what, Janie?
Well, study halls were implemented with the 8-period,
Right.
block, the new schedule at the high school. And so I'm hoping that we're not going to have study halls for kids with the 4-block program. Is that, or Kirsten, do you want to comment now?
You know, I think George would be the best one to respond to that because I don't know offhand.
So are we waiting for George to answer if he's here, or?
Yeah, if he's available.
He's on it. He's muted.
Okay, I guess we'll go without an answer from George on that. Any more discussion? If not, all those, I'm gonna do a roll call. And to approve the 4-block schedule at the high school, the traditional, I guess it's called, whatever. We'll start with Heidi.
Aye.
Holly.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Mike.
I vote aye.
Janie.
Aye.
And Jim.
Aye.
All right, we've approved a 4-block schedule. So are we gonna get right down the line, or are we just picking what Carson asked on the other?
Just keep going down the line. People have been waiting for a long time to this.
Okay, initially authorize in-person learning each day for students in grades K through 4. If enough staff members are available and county COVID rates are appropriate, is the proposal.
Motion to approve.
All right, I missed who was first.
Either
Mike
one.
and Jim. I'll give it to Jim. Mike, you are on a second it?
Sure.
Okay, Jim moved, Mike seconded. To authorize in-person learning each day for students in K through 4, and that if enough staff members are available and county COVID rates are appropriate.
So
Any
Carson,
discussion?
I'm sorry. I'm just, other people are in the queue. I'll wait my turn. Trying to.
Oh, it's just Janie, and not just Janie. It is Janie. She's important.
No,
Never mind.
Heidi can go. It's fine. I think she started speaking before I put it in, so. You want to go, Heidi?
No, go ahead, Janie.
Go
You
ahead.
were first.
Go ahead. Okay, well, I just, again, on these next 2 motions, I'm just wondering if it would be appropriate to have a time where we're going to revisit these, and maybe again we're going to decide that in 2 weeks. But and I'm fine if we decide that in 2 weeks, but I need to know that that's going to happen.
Yeah, I'm certainly fine with putting that back on the agenda in 2 weeks if you'd like, or at least a review or something.
Well, I think it's just going to need a plan in 2 weeks at the next school board meeting of how we're going to address going between scenarios, I guess is what I'm looking for.
I think that makes good sense.
Okay.
You have a more thorough discussion about that.
Okay.
Okay, we got Heidi here yet.
Okay, that was pretty much what I was going to ask, because by my calendar, August 25th looks like the date that's 2 weeks exactly from opening on September 8th. So I felt like that was the day where we had to make a decision, because we don't know what's happening between now and 3 weeks from now, which is prior to 2 weeks before opening. So I know we need to signal to the district that we're going in that direction, but I still think we might be required to have another vote just to affirm that this is what we know 2 weeks before opening, and that's the closest we can get, because I think there's some stipulation that districts have to make that decision. They have to file a report with MDE no later than a week before. They have to notify families. So I want to signal to the community this is the direction we're going, but I want to be clear about what our legal obligations are as far as meeting the most up-to-date information about opening on September 8th. So I guess I have the same issue. I just really need to be clear about that. Thank you.
All right, I'm putting my name in just so I can do it. I guess my comment is I don't want to have any uncertainty hanging over parents on when we're going to, what plan we're going to implement on September 8th. And to say, well, this is what it is, but we're going to think about it and maybe change our mind in 2 weeks. Parents need to plan. This is what we're going to start with. That's my opinion.
But we have to base it on real numbers, real data, real-time data, and that's been the struggle all along.
Well,
I don't want a legal vote tonight that ties us into, this is what we said 5 weeks ago when the landscape changed, because we know that's happening across America, right? It was safe yesterday, and now today we have an outbreak of 25 across the street because somebody had a big old party or something, right? So I get people want solid answers. I'd love to give them to you, but we're not in that mode right now. And we are required by the governor's guidance to take the previous 2 weeks of data. And the only way I can see we can make that decision as close to real time is August 25th. So that's why I went over this timeline thing the other day, because I read the governor's guidance, I listened to the report, I listened to MSBA on Saturday morning, and people wanted to get this right about the timing of the decision. So I'm still kind of in that same paradigm of, I want to signal to the community, this is the best information we have today, but that's, in COVID circumstances, 3 weeks is a long time, and 5 weeks, everything can change overnight. I guess I just like some clarity on where we're going to land here, because this is confusing to the board. I try to get some more clarity, and we're struggling with it.
Yep. Okay, I'm going to let Mike go next because he was in there, and I will just have my response what I was thinking after that. So go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, it's okay. I think that, well, I would hope that people understand that we are making the decisions fundamentally 2 weeks at a time. We need to review and reassess where we are, and that's how it's going to go. This motion is basic, starting school, and anyway, yeah, we're doing our best to communicate to the public what we're doing, but like Heidi said, things change and they can change quickly. I don't anticipate fast changes in Goodhue County, but if it does, we need to be able to respond to it and go out to the public like we are now and saying what we are thinking and what we need to do. So that's all. We will be responsive to the situation as it changes. That's all.
Thank you, Mike. My thinking on this was I wanted to have definite, this is what we're doing. We're going to start with hybrid if we so desire, or we're going to start with full school if that so ends up that way. And then in the end, the rest of the decision making should fall back to Karsten under each scenario if we become more restrictive. So that's where I'm coming from. And that's all we need to know. Whatever you design here, it'll work. But I do think parents need certainty that, well, it might be that the senior or the high school kids are going every day, or they might be at home every other. I think we need to be firm on where we're starting the school year, for at least not every 2 weeks, maybe at least a month or two.
Yeah, well, I think that's the beauty of this plan, Arlen, is that it allows the chance. As Karsten said, it's unlikely that we'll be able to open the school to everybody every day because we simply don't have the space, buses, etc. So this plan affords the core, the minimal education, the minimal approach to what we're going to be doing. And I agree, it helps to have certainty as opposed to being uncertain.
Okay, I accept that. Jim, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I agree with a lot of things being said. We have to come up with a plan today. It could change tomorrow. Actually, the mask thing that put down the mandate that the government put on a while back is supposed to, around the country, really cut back on the number of COVID cases. You know, basically they said if 70% wear masks, you can really pretty much snuff it out. So we're always worried about the worst case scenario. Let's look at the possibility of that we get through this next few weeks with the masks and the numbers drop too. So we have to be ready for everything. And I think we need to tonight have a plan. We don't know what tomorrow brings. Nobody does. It could change in 2 weeks, it could change in a month and not change at all. So, but having something tonight that people have been waiting for, let's do it, get it done, get something out there for people to start planning. So.
All right, next we have Jess Whitcomb.
Hi, thank you. If I could share my screen with you guys for a second, I think it might be helpful in your decision here. Based on the safe learning plan from the governor. So that's what I'm sharing right now, is the grid that he gave us. We are sitting right now in that first one, the in-person for all students. We're about in the middle of that one. But if you kind of look at where we are, even if we go up, if you guys approve the the hybrid model, even if we go up 3 more, we are still in a situation that we can kind of keep consistency for our community. And so I think one of the biggest things that we have to look at is giving some consistency for parents so they can make their choices about what they want for their kids. I think that's what we've heard loud and clear from parents and also from teachers. And so I think that that's, if you look at kind of that learning model parameters, I know it's a starting point, but even if we go up and down, and the governor has been clear about you how to use your capacity and make sure that you're utilizing that. But I think this was helpful for me to look at, that we kind of have a plan that fits almost all of those scenarios right there. So I just thought that might be helpful in your back and forth. Even if we go up some, you still will be within the plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Next I have Karsten.
Oh, I hadn't realized that Jess put her name in the queue already, so you can disregard that.
Yeah, thanks, Jess.
All right, thank you. So where are we at here again? We're on the motion. Has it been made for the K through 4 in-person learning?
Yes, it has.
And we're wording it the way this is in this document here. Initially authorize in-person learning each day for students in grades K through 4 if enough staff members are available and county COVID numbers are appropriate. Any more discussion? If not, we're ready for a vote. We'll start with, I believe it's Holly.
No.
I vote aye. Mike?
Aye.
Janie?
Aye.
Jim?
Aye.
Heidi?
Aye.
Passes 5-1. Holly dissenting. Next item, initially authorize hybrid learning for students in grades 5 through 12 if enough staff members are available and Goodhue County COVID rates are appropriate. Anyone want to make that motion or a different motion?
Mike will make that motion.
Heidi will second.
Moved by Mike, seconded by Heidi to initially authorize hybrid learning for students in grades 5 through 12 if enough staff members are available and Goodhue County COVID numbers are appropriate. Ready for discussion?
If it's okay, I'll go, or if somebody's ahead of me, I don't see anybody in the queue.
I don't see anybody in there, Janie.
Okay. I just can't support this, guys. I feel like we got to go with the numbers that are there from the governor. Mr. Nemenich has told me that we can make it happen. I believe it'd be better to all start full in person and then change as needed. I think our kids need that. I think our families in Red Wing need that. And I just feel like if we don't try it and start seeing how it needs to be tweaked, it may never happen this year. So I'm just being honest. I think we just got to stick with those recommended numbers. And with what Jeff just showed us before, we are supposed to be in in-person learning.
I agree.
Any more discussion? Well, then we're ready for the vote. Do I need to read it again? We're good with it?
Yep.
All right, Holly is the first vote.
Oh, good. No.
I vote yes. Mike,
Aye.
Janie,
No.
Jim,
No,
Heidi.
Aye.
Looks like we got a 3-3 tie.
Yep.
So we're stymied.
So what do we want to do? Walk away
We
from
wanna
that
get-
one and no?
We want to give parents a specific direction, but we haven't achieved that.
Karsten, you got any comments? Do you need to have this decided tonight?
No, we don't. We do not need to decide it tonight. The negative consequence is that we're going to have a lot of parents asking questions about what the plans are. But if we don't have a motion that's going to pass, then we can wait a couple weeks and then decide then.
well, you want to, Mr. Chairman? You're on mute.
Go ahead, Jim.
Since that one defeated, I'll put another one out there. We can always have another motion. If that defeats, and we can bring it back another day. I make a motion and we start in-school learning September 8th. All grades.
Second.
Motion by Jim, second by Janie to do in-person learning for all students. Is that what it was? Starting September 8th?
Yeah, that's first day of school.
And so it's moved in a second. Any more discussion?
We won't be able to get the kids to school on the bus.
We don't even know. Do we know that for sure?
Yeah, I can answer the bus question. When I spoke with the routing company early on, I asked them to come up with a bus system that will work in any of the scenarios. So when we talk about the 30 kids on a bus, approximately, that would include all students going every day. So that part, the transportation is taken care of. It really comes down to, socially distancing in the high school and those kinds of things. So just wanted to be clear about that.
But the socially distancing in the high schools is an issue yet.
Well, obviously it's going to depend on who you talk to. And clearly there are more risks if we have more kids in the building. I mean, that's what it comes down to. So, I just think the board needs to have the eyes wide open before making any decision. And obviously there are going to be more risks if we have more kids in the high school. So now on the flip side, the county COVID rates do show that we're in the category where we, I don't know if it's a recommendation or suggestion to actually do that. The primary reason for me, well, two reasons. First, we want safety for staff and students. And then the second reason for the hybrid option, and I know we've already voted that down, but was just to give us more time to figure everything out. We're changing transportation, food service, custodial cleaning. We need to work with how many personnel we have, a new teaching style. We have a lot of moving pieces. And so, the thinking is, let's give us at least 2 or 3 weeks to kind of figure that all out and then go into in-person, if we could. So anyway.
All right, I guess I'm next year. I cannot support this at this time. I think we are Well, we're surrounded by counties that cannot do what we have the ability to do. I don't know the specific numbers, what it takes to put us over in that other hybrid requirement, but I don't think we're that far away. Do we have the staff to do that much when it comes to the high school setting and everything? I just honestly don't believe there's enough there to make that work. And I will just stand by what I said earlier. So thank you. Next is Janie.
All right. Well, again, if we're going to look at this in 2 weeks again and see what our numbers are, this is just advisement. This is just a plan to make sure that that plan that has been in place for the last 4 or 5 months is going to work. So I just feel like this is making sure that our plan is going to work with the staff and with the transportation. I think this takes care of the 5th and 6th graders having some issues with their age and being left alone. The older kids are already around working out in our community. They're getting together. They're playing sports right now, and it's okay. If things change, we can go back to a hybrid. But I think this is an excellent place to start. And I feel like it helps our teachers. Again, I am not a teacher, but I think this maybe helps them be able to come back to school in their normal teaching model and then gradually go to the other ways and at least make first contacts with these kids that they're going to have for the year. So again, I really hope people support this because I think it's best for our students.
Sorry, I did have my mic off. Heidi.
Yeah, I can't support this motion. I would really prefer caution. I think we've had administrators working on this for months. I realize there's no perfect solution. I do have concerns for 5th and 6th graders, but I would just really like us to move slowly. And as our executive director, our superintendent has said, more time to figure out. And Arlen's point, we haven't figured out staffing. And I think already we're inserting 7th grade at a high school that's already got 5 grades. I'm back to caution in capital letters. I guess that's all I can say.
All right, Jim is next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The motion doesn't say it's just, we're going to look at it. It says initially it authorized, so that could probably stretch there. But I mean, we all live in the community. We see people in cars. We see them at the grocery store. We see them if you're shopping. People are wearing masks. The kids will be wearing masks in the schools. The teachers are wearing masks. The teachers I talk to, they do 2 things. They want to come back to school and they want to be safe. Simple as that. They miss the kids. They miss teaching them in the school than on e-learning. I think the exposures are already there, but I think the safeguards have been pushed by the government, by the masks. We forget about the easy things that we're supposed to do every day. Cover your mouth when you sneeze or cough. Wash your hands. If you're not feeling good, stay home. Stay away from people. That's what we've been doing for decades, if not hundreds of years, supposed to be. So, yeah, we could do all this and that, but the kids, the younger ones, they're getting around. You see them riding bikes. You see them, like you said, in cars. You see them different things. They want to be with their friends. They want to be back in school learning so they can take that next step in their life.
Okay, Holly.
You probably know where I stand on this. I actually feel like it's dangerous. And I'm shocked actually that we're just going to throw the social guidance, like the social distancing guideline, right out the window. I am sitting here thinking, all the teachers that are listening to this right now, keeping a kid safe is one thing. Keeping them from head lice, keeping them from strep throat, keeping them from jumping on another student, keeping them from hurting themselves. Those are, but making sure that they survive. Wow. I question the responsibility that this board puts on people that have signed up to educate children, period. They're not doctors, they're not EMTs, they're not social workers. They are teachers, and they're phenomenal, and that's their job. Their job is not this.
Okay, Jess Whitcomb.
I just wanted to make sure that the board does know about the amount of work that we have done with the teachers union, being a part of our meetings and talking some of this through, and them reaching out and really having that teacher voice in our meetings. And what came out of that was what Karsten proposed based on where they are feeling comfortable. So I do want to make sure, because I think it was mentioned before, like where are the teachers in this? And I do know that through all of the feedback that I've gotten, all of the phone calls that I have, the in-person 5-12 is something that is making some teachers uncomfortable. And so I do want to say, like, you guys are asking for that voice, pushing in that amount of kids into the classroom without the social distancing has been a concern that has come up through teacher voices and through parent voices. But I just wanted to make sure that that was out there through our meetings. The administrative team was also a part of that in making that recommendation that Karsten made. So I know that you guys are always wanting to hear from all of those different voices. I wanted to make sure that those were in there.
Okay, I just want to point out Tower View, from my understanding, because it's run by GCED, but it's with our teaching staff, and because of the county, Dakota County and Wabasha County being in the other numbers, will have to run under a hybrid that I guess that we set up. Sounded like our plan for hybrid, which is different than their plan for hybrid. They're every other week, we're 2 on, Wednesday off. But Tower View will be running, unless we get an exemption, which is possible. I don't know how likely, from my correspondence with Sherry earlier today, that Tower View will be running under a hybrid program, unless the Ed District Board authorizes them to do another change for that, and then follow the procedures. So that's out there, and I just think we're jeopardizing our staff. I'll leave. I'm saying I shouldn't keep repeating myself. I'm sorry. Next, we have Holly, and then Janie. You're on mute, Holly.
I know. I want to hear from you. I've gotten several calls, emails, messages throughout tonight. Nobody's contacted them. So this is my direct plea to teachers. You got to speak up. Thank you.
All right, and then we got Janie.
Thank you, Arlen. Again, of course we want our staff safe, and we have 2 weeks to keep on working on that. And I guess I'm surprised again why we weren't looking at more creative opportunities to find more spaces for different grades then. And I'm kind of frustrated by that. But I still stand with what I think is the best right now, and I know we can do it. I think we can have a can-do attitude. We might have to make some changes and again, kind of make that plan keep on working, but we have some time and numbers could change, but I stand by what I think is best for students right now. But I would like some creativity in trying to look at other things so that we can have this be an option in the future.
Okay, Mike, you're next.
Thanks.
Mike, you just got muted, or you did it, one of the two.
I was off and then I'm on. Now I'm off and I'm on again. Okay, I think what we're trying to do with this program. And with Holly, I would like to hear from more teachers, and I really haven't heard from very many. And I've reached out, but probably not enough. It's a serious concern. I would hope that the administration and Karsten have heard more from teachers who are concerned about it. But I think that this approach is like, I'm tired of saying it, conservative, and to jump whole hog into trying to maintain social distancing with every student in the class, in the schools, is problematic. And well, anyway, we're putting this off for a couple more weeks, so we'll see what happens. But we are, like you said, very close to the numbers where we could tip either way. And I am, in this case, tipping into the more conservative, let's try a little bit, see what happens, and see where we go from here. Because I know that some people are wearing masks, others are not. We're surrounded by Wabasha, Dakota, the Twin Cities, and even Pierce County, who have a lot more cases going on than we do. And the potential for it coming back to us is not insignificant. So anyway, I think it's a conservative approach. I think it's worth trying, but if we're not going to try it, well, then we'll wait until a couple more weeks and see where our numbers are then. Thanks.
All right, I just see here Sherry Johnson said, do you want TV data? I assume that means Tower View data. Sherry, are you there? One more try. Sherry, are you there? I'm not getting a response from her, so any more discussion on the motion to go to full school in-person learning in grades 5 through 12? If not, we're ready for the vote. We'll start with me. I vote against that motion. Mike?
I am not in favor of that motion.
Janie?
Aye.
Jim?
Aye.
Heidi?
No.
Holly?
No.
So what do we got?
4-2.
4-2.
Yep.
Okay. So I guess
Guess we'll talk in 2 weeks.
Exactly. Yeah, I think we'll need to talk about it on the 17th.
All right. That was exciting. Let's go authorize superintendent to institute more restrictive learning environments as determined by county COVID rates and or recommendations made by Goodhue County or Minnesota Department of Health.
Mike, make that.
Heidi will second.
Moved by Mike and seconded by Heidi to authorize superintendent to institute more restrictive learning environments as determined by county COVID rates and or recommendations made by Goodhue County or Minnesota Department of Health. Any discussion on that?
Well, again, I don't know if those are the numbers we just saw or if Carson will be using different numbers.
Yeah, the assumption in that particular motion would be, let's say let's use K4 learning. We're in person, and then all of a sudden, the COVID rates skyrocket in the county, and it recommends that we go to distance learning for grades K through 4. Then this would authorize me to do that without having to go through the school board.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just
I think this is a no-brainer because to go to more distance learning would be based on, the county rates or an outbreak within our own community, because then, we'd be working with the county or the state Department of Health.
And we need to make it within 24 hours, which is not time to have a public meeting.
It is, but it's tricky.
All right, any more discussion on that motion? If not, we're ready for the vote. Oh, wait, no, I see Holly's name here.
I'm going to go back to the special education study that we had done. That cost us a tremendous amount of money. Hands down, they said we need more special ed support in our district. I don't understand why that keeps getting missed at the personnel committee. I don't know if you guys are forgetting it. And I'm not saying that facetiously. I'm honestly, are you forgetting that that was a recommendation and that it's needed? Because it keeps getting missed. So I'm confused on why we're ignoring that. And again, you could just be forgetting. But if that's a concern and that's one of our areas that we need support in, why are we looking at adding all of these other things again? This doesn't make any sense to me.
We're on question 10.
That has nothing to do with this motion, does it?
Number 10 we're on.
Are you talking about number
11's next.
Am I wrong? That has nothing to do with this motion?
You could be very right. I thought we were on
Number
that
10.
motion. Sorry, I turned you guys off for a minute.
You can save that for the next motion, Holly.
I promise I will.
All right, thank you. Any more on this? I'm not hearing anybody, so let's go take a vote on that. And the first one, I believe, is to vote is Mike on that, I believe. Or did you do first last time?
Why don't you remind me what the motion is?
Did we get a motion on that?
Yes.
Okay.
Authorize superintendent to institute
Yeah. I say
more
aye.
restrictive learning. Mike's aye. Janie?
Aye.
Jim?
Aye.
Heidi?
Aye.
Holly?
No.
No for Holly, aye for me. It passes 5-1. Holly, a dissenting vote on that item. I'm just going to point to your messaging on the side of the screen. Sherry Johnson gave her county numbers for COVID issued by the state, I believe. The counties in the Goodhue County Ed District are 16.79, 14.45, 12.63, and 12.09. Goodhue in the middle is the only outlier. The others have been consistently trending up. So in other words, all the other counties around us are going up. Goodhue County is sitting in the middle yet, is the way I'm reading that. So you can take it for what it's worth there. It doesn't apply to any vote here at this time. Holly, that's 1027. No, we talked to her since then, I believe. So we got the superintendent, we got item 11. Authorize hiring of personnel to fully implement fall reopening, including a dean of students and Jefferson/district assessment coordinator. If reductions are made elsewhere to offset additional costs, secretary for Jefferson building, nurse and serve the district if needed, 4 custodians throughout the district, and assistant principal student support coordinator and dean of students for Red Wing High School. That sounds like an awful lot to work with. What does anybody want to do on that one?
We've talked about it before. I will make that motion simply to get the conversation started. Looking for a second.
I'll second. Heidi Jones.
Okay, moved by Mike, seconded by Heidi to do the authorization for the hiring of all those different personnel decisions. I'm sure we have a lot of discussion coming on this item. Carson's battery is really low. He needs to be recharged.
Him or his computer.
So I don't know if that means he can't talk about it right now.
Yeah, I can certainly talk about it, but in case I lose connection, that's why.
Nope,
So, yeah, the list there are some things that we, really need to do right away. So, for example, getting authority to hire a dean of students for Jefferson, the 4 custodians, and, a few of the other things. I will say that I'd like to withdraw the extra building nurse because Joni Gorman is working with Chris Clausen to provide coverage for that building. I realize there are questions about the administrative position at the high school. So anyway, those are just my gut reactions here. I try to figure out my battery situation.
All right, Holly is next in the queue.
I'm just putting up the ditto to what I just said before. I'm confused why we keep skipping over special ed.
Yeah, and Holly, I would say that, I unfortunately, I think we need help in both areas. We need help in high school administration, and that's with or without 7th grade. And we need help in special education support. So, that's kind of my response is I wish we could do both. But right now, the proposal is just to add that position at the high school.
All right. I'm going to take Jim and then we'll come back to Holly because she put her name out here. So we'll go that route. Jim, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We did pass the buildings for Jefferson, so I see those are custodians. Alan made a pretty good case during the operation meeting. And I'm not sure what we're doing at the high school yet because we haven't made up our minds. So, or what's going to happen at the middle school. So, or how many kids are going to be there. So, I don't have a real big issue right now with the stuff for Jefferson and the custodians. I just want some further information on the administrative position at the high school. And we can't do it tonight because we haven't made up our mind what we're doing. So if those are the ones you want to do on your on amended motion, I'm fine with that. If not, then if you include it all, then I'm gonna vote no because we don't have all the information as to what we're even doing as a school.
Okay, we'll go to Holly next. You're on mute, Holly.
I'm having to recharge and it's have we considered moving the new AP up to the high school with the 7th graders if we go in that direction?
Okay, I don't know. George is next to talk here, so.
Carson Dye? I mean,
no.
I'm still here, and yeah, we've kicked around several different options, or at least I have. Right now the middle school will have 21 to 24 sections, which is that's a significant number of kids in that building. So I think 2 administrators there are still justified. And we've also looked at Burnside and Sunnyside, and right now I don't see moving those people to different buildings.
Can you hold on a second, Carson? You said the middle school sections. Do you mean Twin Bluff?
Twin Bluff, yes.
Which will be an elementary.
Right.
What is Chris going to do? Where will he be, etc.?
Yeah, right now the plan is that Chris Palmatier will be the principal at Twin Bluff School next year, and then Bobby Selesky would be the assistant principal at that school. They'd have more sections in Burnside, for example. Yeah, you know, and Jen would be the principal there, and Kayla is our student support coordinator.
And so how many more students will be at the high school versus what's there now?
We have about, give or take, 1,000 kids, and then we'd add about 200 to that total. We talked earlier about, you know, adding a dean of students if we could find a way to pay for it in the high school. And by the way, I'm sorry, we've had so many iterations of administrative support, and I know it must be frustrating. But then, so we've talked about adding, you know, like a dean of students at the high school. And then after moving 7th grade there, the thinking is that perhaps we should have an assistant principal instead of a dean of students.
And these will be significant additions to the payroll, because I assume we would want to keep the assistant principal even post-COVID, where we would go back to more familiar situation with our schools. I'm totally in empathy with Holly on the special ed necessities and what we need, but as everybody probably knows, I believe we've been needing a lot of things for a long time, and we end up making do with what we've got. But so yeah, so the assistant principal would stay at the high school, correct?
Well, you know, that's up for discussion. Obviously, if we're hiring somebody externally, you know, that person would have the expectation that it's not just a one-year thing.
Right.
Internally, it's a little easier to just do it for a year and go back. You know, we could consider posting something just for 1 year, or, you know, we can go back to the drawing board. And so, you know, it'd be just nice if we're going to do it. It'd be nice to decide today so that we can get out there and find a quality person.
Right. And I think that's an important thing, is that we're dealing in a fluid situation where nothing is certain, and we're trying to create a little bit of certainty in where we're going. So, all right. Thanks, Karsten.
All right, next we got Heidi in the queue.
I fully understand the need for a dean of students. You need some sort of leadership at the school at Jefferson, and obviously a secretary for keeping up with all of the pieces we need to track and help student support and family connection, especially with these uncertain, changeable times. I'm fine with the 4 custodians. I must admit, I struggled a little bit with the assistant principal / support coordinator or dean of students at the high school. But as I thought about it, I mean, we've identified the need. We're putting another grade up there. And frankly, I think the social emotional needs, again, the connection with families, you know, if there are going to be, we are still having students with issues, even when they're not on physical ground, with regulating themselves at home and being responsible to the distance learning or hybrid learning scenario. And that is not, I've always been a supporter of the special ed needs. I'm just, and you know, we're in a budget crisis all over the place. So I'm still behind this. I'm more reconciled to the high school position for the social emotional needs and family connection, again, because we're going to have more kids there. So I think this makes sense. I realize we would not be doing half of this or most of it under, you know, without the COVID circumstances. So I think, again, this is just part and parcel of the package of, you know, this is what we have to do to manage the situation today, and supporting kids and families. And then just the necessity of cleaning the buildings. I mean, and it's pointed out to us, we've been hiring freeze on custodians. Now we're just kind of getting back to where we we were trying to cut costs and save and wait. But here we are. So I don't think we can wait on this. It's tough hiring at this time of the year for school districts anyway, but I think with some creativity, we'll be able to fill the spots. So I'd like us to move forward on this. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Holly and then Jim. You're talking to yourself again, Holly.
Oh my gosh, the battery's dead and I'm on mute. Mike, I appreciate you acknowledging that piece, and I'm going to be very blunt. It's a choice. It is a choice whether or not we choose to support our students with special needs the way that we need to support them, or we don't. We can talk about budget crunches from here until 2050, but it is a choice, and it was clearly defined for us. And we have had teachers ask for help. We have had parents ask for help. You know, so the choice that we're going to make today can impact that decision. So if I'm hearing you loud and clear, I haven't heard people say, yeah, you know what, we really do need to support our students with special ed and support the high school. I'm hearing once again, special ed is going to get bumped down. And that's extremely disappointing.
You're on mute, Arlen.
Yep, I caught myself there. Next it's you, Jim.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I understand if there was 7 through 12 at the high school, full bore learning, buildings full, let's get somebody out there to help them. I get that idea. I graduated from Reading High School, and if my math is correct, I had a pretty good math teacher back then. If you put 200 kids with 1,000, that's 1,200. If you go to hybrid, divide it by 2, that's only 600 kids. But we're going from, we needed somebody else for 600, but we had 1,000. Now we're going to 600. So until we decide what we're going to do as a board, I just soon wait on that position to see what we go forward. And the other ones that we talked about, Jefferson, the secretary, and the custodians, I'm all for. I just at this time, I just, because there's no dollars tied to it, they come from somewhere, and so thank you.
Okay. What else are we doing here? We got a motion on the floor, I believe. Didn't we?
Janie's in the queue, Arlen.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Janie.
Thanks. No, just quickly, yeah, these are hard decisions, and I still feel like we don't have all the information. And I see Holly's point. I mean, there's things that we've been wanting to do, and then now we're having to spend money on, pandemic priorities that seem to come up. And Jim's point at the end is exactly where I'm at. Is that if we have half the students in that building, aren't the needs just going to be very different? And the money is piling up, and I'm okay because I know that that's going to happen, and we have a fund balance for that. But I'm struggling with this one because if we hire somebody from within, then that's taking a staff member away from our students. And really, how likely are we to hire somebody from outside of our district, honestly? So, and I just have a lot of questions about what to do, but I realize that we want to hire good people, so I'm struggling with this one.
Oh, I'm sorry, Heidi, you were up here next.
Yeah, I guess I'd like to respond to the additional position at the high school. It really is not dependent on who's in the building. I was looking at I was looking at it like that initially. But as I talk to community members, there's still a lot of struggle with students at home. that are just not doing well with the changing environment, the different structure or lacking the structure that they've been used to that made them more successful in an in-person environment. There's still high social emotional needs. There's still behavior issues happening at home. So I think actually the need, I think, has increased. So we're not dealing with discipline in a building, but I think we have increased mental health needs, social emotional needs, connecting families, how can we help you, and being a little more, or being way more flexible probably about addressing those situations. That's the feedback I'm getting from certain quadrants of the community about if there were issues in the building, there's also issues outside of the building. And I think we have a responsibility to do that outreach under these different circumstances, regardless, I think, of our configuration. I would, however, like to see us maybe hire within so that we don't have to externally add, from somebody outside and add to the budget. If we could find an internal candidate that will do something for us quickly and make a transition, I think that would make a lot of sense. I think that is one area where we could cut down costs and staffing. That's all.
Okay, next we have Holly.
Unmute. Again, I'm hearing it's a choice. We have a tremendous amount of need with our students in our special populations. And the voices may not be coming to us by the truckload, but they're there. And to say that we need to address the social emotional needs of the children in the high school is twofold. We need to address the social emotional needs of the students in the high school with special needs. And so we need somebody who understands that dynamic. So I'm still going back to, it's a choice on how this gets, or until I hear both. And I have yet to hear both. I keep hearing special ed is at the bottom of the totem pole. We'd really like to, but.
Okay, I guess next is my turn here. I want to proceed with caution on spending money for administrators in a lot of ways, but at the same time, we're going to use Jefferson. We're going to set up classrooms and everything else. Somebody needs to be in place for Jefferson sooner rather than later. Secondly, the administration portion of the high school, I've been saying it ever since I came on the board, we got, under normal circumstances, close to 200 students per grade, times 5 grades is 1,000 students. We have a principal and an assistant principal. At the middle school, we have 3 grades, roughly 200 students per grade, which is around 600 students. We have a principal and an assistant principal. The high school numbers have been sitting way low for years and years and years. And I don't know what the answer is, but it needs to be addressed at some point. I'm not saying I'm ready to go one way or another what to have here. If somebody makes a recommendation to increase, handle that, I can go with it. Janitorial, yes, we're going to need to do more cleaning. I'm a little unclear on the janitorial, but I believe that's to hire 4 additional janitors in addition to bringing us up to staff that we had last year at this time.
That's correct, Darlin.
Yeah. I'm wondering if that isn't maybe going a little too quick on that. I'd love to have lots of janitors there to do cleaning and cleaning and cleaning, but do we need to jump into 4 of them right away? So those are just some things obviously we need to keep cleaning with what we got and keep everything sanitized. That's an issue. We certainly need more custodial help if we're adding a building. I think we discussed that in operations, that it would take roughly 1.5 janitors, I believe, at Jefferson. More than 1, but not 2. So those are the numbers that were tossed out in operations. And I think it's all stuff for everybody to think about. I'm not going to make a recommendation. I'm going to vote if we have any motions, but otherwise it's hard to make any more decisions on spending money tonight. Mike.
Okay. We're acting as if the situation was normal and we can be discussing these things in a long time frame in which decisions are not urgent. The decisions we're making are exceptionally urgent, and while they may not be in line with what we had hoped we would be doing last year, they are important to be taken care of this year, right now. And people are looking for guidance. They're looking for understanding as to what is expected of them in the schools. And the longer we dither and talk about, do we need this or do we need that, we're disregarding the accumulated experience, intelligence, and skills that our administration has been providing and has been working their tails off to execute in order to mitigate this extraordinary circumstance. For Holly and like I said, I empathize with the special ed needs, and I believe me, I do, because they need a lot more help than they currently have. Unfortunately, the state and the people of Minnesota have decided that they don't need that much help. But for the high school assistant principal position, or whatever sub position they decide to provide or want to provide, is it possible that that position could contribute to the special education needs in some fashion, as opposed to hiring a distinct and separate special education only individual? I don't know, but I think that the urgency of our situation is being minimized by the discussions that we're having, wondering whether our administration is really working for the betterment of all of our students and for the betterment of our staff's ability to take care of our students. I really I really appreciate everybody's concern, absolutely everybody's, and it's all valid. But the situation is different from a year ago, and we really need to make decisions so that other people can make additional decisions. I mean, we voted on a calendar change to allow people to take vacation. Isn't it more important to talk about, to make a decision on how we're going to execute this year as it goes along, as things are happening now and things are happening in 2 weeks and every other 2 weeks? It's insanity, and we're shooting we're shooting ourselves in the foot talking about where this money could be better spent when our administration has already determined what they think is best. They, who know more about our educational system than we do, who are supposed to provide guidance to the people who are making these decisions. And while we can question their decisions, I think at this point in time, questioning these decisions and delaying the ultimate outcome is a detriment to the education of our students in Red Wing. That's all. I really think we need to make a decision and move on and help these people move forward. We're holding people in a circling pattern, not knowing what's going on while we dither over what it is that we're dithering over. I mean, yes, it's money. It's absolutely money. It's absolutely expensive things that we're dealing with. But I don't see a whole lot of choice. And my major failing is trusting the people who are making these decisions. And I think they are really working with the best interests of the district at heart. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Holly's in the queue here. I'm hoping after that, I believe we have a motion on the floor. We can take a vote, either yay or nay, and then decide how to proceed from that. Go ahead, Holly.
I was gonna, I liked that idea. I was actually gonna propose that as well. Maybe this person that we hire for the high school can have some special ed background. That would be a win-win. And if I were to go personal on this, having been a special ed teacher for 25 years and to hear a board member say that special ed just isn't as important because now we have to make decisions for the rest of the kids. Wow.
I'm pretty sure I didn't say that, Holly, but thanks.
It is my turn. I'm going to gently say that you have been making these types of decisions time and time again, and we do not have any person on our admin team right now hired by Red Wing that represents special education other than Min in early childhood. She is a strong voice. She's a fantastic advocate. Jen Grove was just hired, but she's hired as a principal. She is not hired to make special education decisions. She can always give her voice and her expertise, but we do not have anybody representing that group. Our children, our students. They're all of our students, Mike.
Just a minute. I'm going to enter. We're not going to be directing stuff at people back and forth. I want to try to keep some order to this meeting. I agree with you that you have your issues with what people are saying, but I don't think we need to get into that. We need to proceed with this. There's a motion on the floor. Unless I hear any objections, we're going to take a vote on the motion. And the motion was to authorize the hiring of personnel to fully implement fall reopening, including a dean of students for Jefferson / district assessment coordinator. And if reductions are made elsewhere to offset additional costs. A secretary for Jefferson building, and 4 custodians throughout the district, and an assistant principal students coordinator or dean of students for the high school. Time for the vote. We will, get my stuff. We will start with, is it me? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it starts with me. Oh, goody. I'm going to vote no. Or did I get out of order? Well, I did it that way. Mike, how's your vote?
I vote aye.
Janie?
Aye.
Jim?
No.
Heidi?
Aye.
Holly?
No.
So what is that? Is that a 3-3?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to offer another motion because I think we need to make some stuff move here. I
Mr.
had an
Chairman?
issue with the hiring 4 janitorial staff at this time until we get a little better handle on it. So I'd like to make a motion to hire 2 personnel for Jefferson School, one being
Jim has a point of order, I believe.
You can, chairman cannot make a motion, as far as I know. You can second, but I don't know if a chairman can actually make a motion.
chairman can make a motion.
You're the chairman. I'm just telling you what I understand to be the rules. So if they're different, you go ahead and run your meeting. I'm just pointing it out.
Well, is there other people here who feel I'm out of order? I won't make the motion.
I didn't say you're out of order. I just told you my piece. So.
Well, if it matters, Arlen, I know I don't
I'll tell you
want
what I'd like for a motion. How's that sound? Can I do that?
Yep.
I would like somebody to make a motion to fully implement the fall reopening of Jefferson, including a dean of students for Jefferson / district assessment coordinator and a secretary.
Mike will make that motion.
Okay, Mike made that motion.
I'm
Is there a
sorry,
second?
could you,
The motion was to authorize the hiring of personnel to fully implement fall reopening of Jefferson School, including a dean of students for Jefferson / district assessment coordinator and a secretary.
Mike made the motion.
Mike made the motion. Is there a second?
Holly.
Holly seconds that. Any more discussion on that?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not in
Go
the
ahead,
queue.
Jim.
May I speak? What is your reasoning on not the 4 custodians since we've been hearing from people on the board for cleaning and all that? You heard through the operations committee too that the need is there to get up to what we were with the additional cleaning and sanitizing, and even talking about bringing it on weekends to do stuff. So I'm just trying to understand your reasoning for not wanting to do 4 custodians before I vote.
I'm not sure if we need 4. I'm thinking more like 2 at this time and see how it goes. But I really don't think it's relevant to the motion here. It's more relevant to my no vote on the last motion.
Well, it's relevant to the motion because you excluded it.
I voted no on the previous one because 4 janitors were there and I didn't want to vote on that tonight. I don't want to have to explain it anymore. That is the reason. I would like to get personnel in place that can get the district ready for use at Jefferson.
I'm not opposed to that at all. Includes 4 janitors. So.
Okay. There's motion and second. We are in discussion. Any more discussion?
Arlen, I just would like if Kirsten can comment a little bit on the position that this would put him in as far as preparing for the future, and again, that idea of adding special ed expertise and possibility of some admin. Carson, can you just comment on that a little bit about what, if this motion helps you, or if there's still so many needs, or?
Well, I think my assumption is that there may be additional motions after this one is done, or maybe amendments to this motion. And so that's my assumption based on what Arlen, just did. So the first motion on the table is to hire the dean of students and a secretary for Jefferson. I mean, that's clearly obvious. We need someone there with a presence, and we need secretarial support. And so I can certainly talk about the other things as well, but right now I think that's the motion on the table, unless there's an amendment, or something like that.
Okay, I queued myself in here. My reasoning for doing this is I'm trying to move in steps so we aren't overwhelmed with too much in one motion. This will hopefully get the needs started for Jefferson. I also would entertain a motion for possibly other things as well. But this is one motion just to assess Jefferson needs to get things moving.
Thank you. Okay.
Any more discussion?
ready to vote?
All right. Do I need to read the motion again?
Nope.
Nope. Okay, let's see if I start right here. First, for a vote will be Janie.
Aye.
Jim.
Aye.
Heidi.
Aye.
Holly.
Aye.
Arlen votes aye. And did I give Mike one? I didn't yet.
No,
Mike.
you didn't. Come on, man. I vote aye.
Oh, wow, we got a unanimous vote?
Amazing. Mind blown.
Mr. Chairman,
Oh, all right, yes.
I make a motion, we hire 2 janitors and bring back a financial report, or report back to us at a future meeting the needs and for 2 additional ones if that still presents itself.
Moved by Jim. Is there a second?
Two janitors, bring back further information on the, if you need 2 more.
Mike, your mic is off, but you need to cue in.
I'll second that. This is Janie.
Moved by Jim, seconded by Janie.
Mhm.
All right.
Could I ask for clarification, please?
Go ahead.
So the request is, or the motion is for 2 additional custodians. Does that include the 1 or 1.5 custodians at Jefferson, or is it in addition to that? Just again, just a point of clarity.
I guess I know we talked about operation, but it's not in your recommendation at all. Why wasn't it put in there?
Yeah, and again, I was just asking for clarity. The recommendation that I had as far as 4 custodians, that would be 1 or 1.5 at Jefferson, and then the rest would be district-wide.
Oh.
Yeah.
So the 4, the one for Jefferson is included in the 4.
Correct.
Oh, okay. Well, do the 2 and come back with information where the other 2 would be needed then. Because throughout the district, I'm sure there's a need as we go forward.
Okay, I queued in here. I don't want to put words in Jim's mouth. He made the motion here, but I think he's reacting to what I was saying before. My idea of 2 janitors was to address possibly the 1.5 additional janitorial needs for Jefferson School and a half janitor to work with other stuff in the district, and then see how things are going to get more. So I'm in line with Jim's motion if that's how he intended. Carson's looking for the clarification on the needs. I don't know what that is for sure, but
Yeah, I think I think you just provided the clarification.
But that's not my motion. That was my thinking.
Do it. Put them wherever you need them. How's that?
That was my thought.
We shouldn't be telling Alan where he needs custodians.
So we have a motion for 2 additional custodians to come back for additional needs in the future. And that was moved by Jim, seconded by
Janie.
Janie. Any more discussion, or are we ready to vote? Let's vote.
Ready to vote.
Who is first this time? I think it's Jim.
Aye.
Heidi.
Aye.
Holly.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Mike.
Sure. Aye.
Janie.
Aye.
Carries 6-0. One more item sitting there if anybody wants to tackle it.
To adjourn?
Oh, do tell us
That'd
what
be
it is.
adjournment?
Arlen.
Well, I would be supportive of
Oh,
a motion to hire an assistant student principal or student support coordinator or dean of students for the high school.
I will make that motion, Mike.
Moved by Mike,
seconded by Heidi.
seconded by Heidi. Is there a discussion?
How much is this meant to cost? I guess I would like to see it at the lower end of the dean of students or the student support coordinator. I mean, if it sounds like, again, on Heidi's comments, that this is someone that's just working with some home issues during this time and different things, and I'm sure doing some other things. But I think there's opportunities, again, to partner in the community for this. And again, I just don't know where we stop in some of these numbers, so.
And to answer your question, we assume for budgeting purposes that the overall cost for a dean of students or student support coordinator is around 75 to 85,000. depending on how many days the person works. So I suppose it could be a little more than 85,000 if the person has to work an extra 20 days or something. For an assistant principal, Jackie could probably give a better estimate, but I'm assuming it's somewhere around 125,000, and that would include salary and benefits. Is that what you're looking for, Janie?
Sure, thank you.
And just for clarity, this motion is for hiring one of them, I assume, not that we're hiring two different positions.
No, just one.
One options is what it is.
Just one.
Any more discussion? If not, I don't see anybody queued in there. We're ready for the vote. Heidi, you're first.
Aye.
Holly?
No.
I vote aye. Mike?
Aye.
Janie?
Aye.
Aye.
Was that an aye? No.
Jim?
No.
So I pass as 4-2 with Jim and, was it Holly?
Yes.
What else do we want to tackle tonight?
Adjournment?
Yes.
There's upcoming meetings, but I don't think anybody really cares too much right now.
I move to adjourn.
I'll second, Mike.
Moved by Holly, seconded by Mike. All those in
Yep.
favor say aye.
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 Roll call
Aye.
vote.
Oh, I gotta do a roll call again. I gotta get this list out again.
Just put all our names down.
Who did I start with last time? Is it Heidi's turn?
No, you started with me last time.
Oh, well, I'm messing up. It's time to go home. Well, I guess I am home. Holly,
Aye.
aye for me. Mike,
Oh, yes.
Janie,
Aye.
Jim,
Aye.
Heidi.
Aye.
Pass a 6-0. We are adjourned.
At 11:15.
Meet you on the fun way.
And here I thought I was gonna figure out how to get the meeting shorter.
You used to be good at that, Arlen.
Not tonight.
Long, long ago.
I can't wait for Pam to be back. Thank you, everybody.
All
Yeah.
right. See you
And,
later.
I just don't know everybody that I didn't vote along with you on other stuff. I still respect what your take is on doing things.
Absolutely, Arlen. I'm right back at
I
you,
think
buddy.
all of us are that way. Thank you.
Good night, everyone.
Night.